Hello. Sorry. I just got a call. I just got a call. Something happened. I can. Oh, I'm flat again. But hi, I hope you are doing good. Sorry about the delay. Huge delay, by the way, and it's probably gonna be delayed a little bit more because I'm gonna go take my. Well, I think I should explain it a little bit. All right. So this morning, I want to play Tekken 8. This morning, I'm supposed to have a parcel delivered to me, and it delivered to the wrong address, right? So I called the hotline, and I called I call whatever I can, the the base operation of the place, whatever that is called, 总站, right? I called there, asked for help, and eventually I did. And then all I can do is just wait, right? And then right at this moment, I received a call. I received a call from the receiver. Now I have to get there. Oh, I'm gonna. Oh my god, I'm gonna be back in like, I think 10-20 minutes. I'm gonna go. This is so weird. I thought that was about it, and then there's more. So, I'm sorry. I'm really sorry, but I need to like go for a while, for a good while. I don't know. It's a weird Sunday. All I have to say about this, right? Kobo, I'm stuck in red ranks. I'm at 10 Ryu, but I haven't played in weeks, so I don't know how I'm gonna perform. Hi, Tiny Panda. I'm sorry. I'm look. When I start this stream, I thought that okay, I'm gonna wait for JNT to do something, right? Because it's their responsibility that they deliver to the wrong address, and then the receiver called me. It's like, oh no, oh no. All right, okay, okay. Guess yeah, I'm sorry, but I'm gonna here. Why is it? Give me a second. Kobo running out to get item real quick. Oh wait, here. And then this one. Boom. And then it's kind of small. I'm sorry. I'll be. Look, it's just a few neighbors away. I think I can be fast. I just need to go there quick. Alright. I will apologize once more. I will try to be back as soon as possible. I didn't think when I start the stream this is gonna happen, okay? I'm really sorry. Very, very scuffed. This is so scuffed to a point where even I don't know what to do anymore. Sorry, but I'll be right back, alright? Oh, and Kobo will run as fast as possible, okay? As fast as possible. I'll be right back. But in the meantime, make sure to take care of yourself, right? Sorry, Panda. And sorry, everyone in the chat. Sorry. I'll be right back. Okay. Wow. That is the most. I'm back. I'm sorry. That is the most I've run in a while. Holy shit. Oh my god. The timing. The timing, man. I don't understand. Oh. Alright, I'm back. Just need to catch my breath. I was running under the sun about 3 neighbors away. It's like, oh god, I need to get the items back. Because they are like a aquarium, right? Or not really aquarium, but the place is called Rainbow Aquarium, and they actually sell a lot of stuff, mainly fishing stuff, right? So so they're a shop essentially, and they will be closing soon. I was like, no, wait, let me get the item real quick. So I ran there, I got it back. They recognize who I am because, wow, we're actually so close together. I didn't know. When I was a kid, they mentioned that when I was a kid, I used to visit their place a lot. I actually didn't know that. So, right, I got the item back. All things that ends well. I'm glad. I'm glad. Oh my god. Okay, everything is good. Everything is good. Don't worry about it. Oh boy. I'm just gonna open up Tekken 8, okay? We're just gonna pretend that nothing ever happens, okay? Everything is fine. Oh hey everyone! I just came. I just started a stream. How y'all doing? Welcome in. I hope you're doing good. Wow. It has been a while since I last played Tekken 8. Give me a second. I hope I'm not missing anything, right? There. No signal. Oops. Not this one. Oop. Okay, there we go. Oops. That should be good. Okay. And then I'm gonna put this here. I forgot I have 2 screens to work with now, so it's a little bit different. And I'm gonna open the Tekken 8. What is this? That is... I haven't run like that in a while. The thing is, I only run so much when I'm playing badminton, but not like on a random occasion. You know what I mean? It's different. It's different. So yeah, it's an interesting experience, I would say. A very interesting. Oh my. I'm just gonna chill for a little bit. Still trying to catch my breath. And while I'm at it, I'm gonna wait for Tekken to heckin' open up, because the first opening is always the slowest one. It's probably gonna take a while, so don't worry about it. Oh, wait. I'm using the wrong one. Oh god. Wait a minute. Maybe? Is the screen here? Okay, good. Just need to double check. Right. Right. It's been a long time. I'm actually kind of scared. I'm actually kind of afraid that I'm just gonna get washed at ranked, but it's bound to happen, so don't worry about it. Oh boy. It's been a while. Back at Tekken. See, thing is, I've been playing Monster Hunter Generations Ultimate for the past week. Yeah, for the past actual week. Or even weeks. It was fun. It was fun as heck. It's not too loud. Well, I've opened up Tekken in a long time. RAM fix settings. Okay, everything's set pretty low. Good enough. I don't know if I want to play Reina or play Kazuya today. because my Reina is at 10 Ryu and I kinda don't want to squander it. I don't want to lose my 10 Ryu rank or like Ryu rank, Shin Ryu. I'm gonna try out some Kazuya, why not, right? Oh wait, Zafina is a character. I don't even remember Zafina. Oh no. I actually forgot Zafina is a character in the game.
Get ready for the next battle.
Okay, I'm more or less calmed down. I'm feeling okay now. I'm not trying to catch my breath all the time now. Everything is good. I promise. Everything is a-okay. Oh yeah, you have this weird misstep. Why is this a thing? I don't know. But it's Kazuya. When's plus 7? Oh, it's plus 4 block. But this was a launcher. Minus 3 on block. It's not bad. What would be the combo for this? Oh god. I cannot electric now. It's been too long. Oh, that works. Wait, I can do like okay, double fist. Jab, jab, this, no. That works! Wait, wrong. It's... oh yeah, wall combo. This is the wall combo, I forgot, so... right? Okay. I'm slowly remembering how to play Tekken. That works too, right? So 3-1 step cancel into 1 plus 2 or 1. Good range. I was doing 2 electrics. Oh god. Oh wow, the frame drop is frequent. I was doing this, but it's so inconsistent. Right? Now we have something new. Good. Ooh, Hellswing? Hellswing to Schmix? Oh. AD or... yeah, they have the AD... oh yeah, they have the AD trailer, right? You can play Tekken Elo? One of us Roxas, go play Tekken and go back to your main Eddie. That's a lot of frame drops though, what the... I want to try this. Oh god, frame drop. He can win element buff, like an install. Oh, it should be something like Asuka, right? It should be something like Asuka. And Snake Eyes like Brian. Claudio is like a buff state as well, I think. Alright, let's play some Kazuya, I guess. What I do with Kazuya? Just spam electrics, I guess. Because why not, right? Why not? Electric is good. I like electric. Oh wait, I dropped. I'm at Shinryu now. I'm not even at Tenryu. God damn it. I mean, everything is at the lowest possible without looking too shit. Yeah, effect saturation is at low so that it doesn't kill too much with the bitrate, even though it still does. I don't even know my Kazuya rank. And you see the constant frame drop? I think I want to reopen this game. Dominator? Okay, you know what? Give me a second. I'm gonna reopen this game. Hopefully that helps. Because, I don't know, the frame drop is scaring me a little bit. I don't want that. I don't want that. Yup, yup, yup. Yup, 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 yup. Hi, game face. Give me a second. This stream is mega scuffed. Alright, look at the blank screen for a moment. I'm gonna reopen Tekken 8 real quick. Don't worry about it. Oh. Hope you're doing good, game face. I'm trying not to be too I'm trying not to be too scuffed. I'm trying to chill out a little bit. Oh man. Okay, everything's good. Everything's good. I want to try to Doria my way to victory. Doria. Maybe play some Kazuya, some Reina, some Bear, maybe. So afraid of the frame drops. Oh hey, lore. Popo, G, Borbo. Hello, G. Welcome, welcome. I got the number to 10. Wow. Actually, 10 is a lot. Holy shit. Thank you. 10 streak though. That's more than my fingers. I cannot see it. Ikuzo. I can't even do it. It's impossible. No Wi-Fi, thank you. Oh, that was not perfect. The frame drop. Oh, that's weird. What was that? Oh my god, everyone's using Wi-Fi. Why is this? Why is that America? That's not real. Oh. I should change to 443, right? Since 443 launches and it's only -3 on block. And I don't think a lot of people will step to the left. Oh, spec 2-2. Oh, hell yeah, let's go.
Get ready for the next battle.
Jack 8. Some moves are duckable. If I see the knee, I'm ducking. If I see a knee, I'm ducking. Nice. Oh, they got combos? Stop. I stole the knee and ducking. Uh-oh. Oh my god, I don't know what I'm doing. Oh, they're not playing their main as well, okay. Oh, is that punish in the head? There must be a punish in the head.
Round 3. Fight.
Oh. I cannot combo anymore. I suck. Good mid. They realized. Okay. Oh, I was backdashing, not clean. Nice. Good check. Oh, the hits. Okay, okay. Good call, good call. Oh, Reggie is the destroyer. Shit. I don't think they're doing stance high anymore. There's two highs, the punch and the kick. I should have ducked that one. Good admit, I was stuck in for 10 years. Ooh, nice. Oh, nice disrespect. Ah! Bro! What the fuck was that? Hi, Crip. Welcome, welcome. Been a while. Don't hit. What? I tried. Ooh. Good low. Plus. My leg. Oh, okay. Oh, get fucked. Get fucked. Today I bought a box of large marshmallow, roasting it in my room, but what's up? That sounds kind of dangerous, but hey, I'm doing pretty good. Still trying to recover from my scuff just now. I didn't break it. Oh. Oh. Oh, I can react to that low somehow. Good mid. Good range. Leg! Good punish. Leg! Leg! I need to commit more. Oh, I shouldn't be committing to Hell Sweep, honestly. There has to be a better low for Kazuya, no? It feels like jab checking Jack a little bit too much is dangerous. It tracks. I'm crying. Oh. Oh no. I think that's a full crouch move, right? Good shit. They realize that I'm ducking the stance highs. They're not doing it anymore. But I'm surprised that I'm ducking the stance highs. Not dangerous, no fire involved. Just use my hot chocolate. Oh, okay. That actually sounds really good. Wow. Oh. Oh. Oh yeah, I forgot about this move. How minus is this? Oh, death. I mean, 14 is not death, but on some cases, death, I guess. And I can Ryujin Uraken. Ryujin Uraken. Bam. Drabumon high. Semi-consistent electric set dominator. Yeah, I haven't been playing for a few weeks or months. I'm slowly coming back. I've been obsessed with Monster Hunter Generation Ultimate lately. But hey, Llama, gonna go far? Oh, thank you. I'll try my best. I'll definitely try my best. I do have a Shinryu Reina though. Shinryu Reina, but the thing is, I'm still like haven't played this game for a long time, so I decided to go back to like Kazuya. Hey.
Get ready for the next battle.
Oh. Try a 3-1 crouch slide cancel tech? I tried that one, but it's super hard. I could try again. But not in the real match though.
Round 1. Fight.
Oh, good break. Didn't expect to throw like that. Red rings? I'm plus? Bro? What? Red rings? Okay. So 1, 2, 3, 4 is your friend, huh? Don't make me low parry that shit, I'm telling you. I'm plus. Hold you. That's your mix? Okay.
Round 3. Fight.
What happened when I'm not playing? A game? Stop! Ooh. Ooh. You were just standing there, okay. 4-4. Jab. And then 4. What? No way! There's no way! What the fuck? Oh, oh. F12, baby! Some football players play like this too these days. Oh my god, I cannot believe it. Okay, okay, okay. Punish those. Oh, you're blocking, nice. No. Don't press a button. Oh, frame drop. Oh god. Good punish. Oh. I didn't duck that. Uchiura Ken? Oh. That's your friend, really? Okay, okay, okay. You know what? Don't get too comfortable with this, alright? This is a rare case. Oh. Should have learned my lesson. What you gonna do? Jab, jab, jab. Ooh. Oh, why are you pressing buttons for? I'm +4.
Round 3. Fight.
I forgot. Oh god, what are you doing? I'm -9. Wow. Gee. Don't. Oh, I'm dead. Low parry. You cannot low parry that shit. Wee! I'm dead. Nah, no punish. Okay, 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 okay. Okay, okay, okay. I get it, I get it. Nah. I'm lazy. Nah. Ooh! Good patience. Nah. Toys R Us, hi, Killer. Uniqlo selling Capcom theme shirts right now? I went to Uniqlo like... Oh shit, that was like 2...
Get ready for the next battle.
About 2 months back I went to a Uniqlo, but I don't see any Capcom theme t-shirt. I was sad. Jump back jab is a sign of a master. Shit, I need to do that more. It's evasive, it hits mid, -1 on hit. That's not bad. I'm -12 on block. But it's... look, I jump back, it's safe on block, basically. Look at that shit. Punish that. So... 3-1, hold down forward. Hold down forward, hold down forward, right? How do you do that again? Oh wait! I need to do this. Hold down forward, press forward, hold down forward again. There it is. It's so hard. Oh, there it is. Down forward, neutral forward, then roll to down forward. Yeah. So something like that. Hopefully. There it is. It's so hard to do, holy shit. And Kobo do the tech, as in punch the fuck out of the llama. Can I like... The llama is like so far away. Can I like... Llama, come here, llama, come on. I cannot punch them. They are never in front of me. It's proper Kazuya stuff for Tekken 8, but it's so great you can knock it out. Yeah. It's super hard to do though. I feel like it's gonna be hard on a real match. In the meantime, I'll stick with this for now. That works. Or even 2 times. Oh god. Oh, mommy. Invincible llamas. I'm putting the same class as electrics. Once the muscle memory is there, you just don't think about it. Oh! Alright. Hiya. Kenapa macam difficult? Oh, I need to micro dash that. Oh, it's hard. Same with Lee's while running cancels after back 2. Oh. Those 2 jabs into 3. Hey, let's play that. Into 3-1 CDC. Duffel. Why is this optimal wall carry, by the way? Oh, so if you learn that you are doing the pro stuff. I'm a pro.
Get ready for the next battle.
Can you excuse moi? I am Vanquisher. Okay, let's play. I got... Kobo got this. I'm doing the pro stuff.
Round 1. Fight.
Hi. Oh. Oh no, my back. You don't flush, do you? Meaning I don't need to respect you as much. That's a nice combo. Yo, yikey beaky. I don't care. Ow. Okay. I care now. I care very immensely. Oh my god, mummy. It's hard. Combos? Okay, that's good for me, I guess. Flush? You flush at the... Oh god. Okay, don't do that, Yeah! Good call. Hi. Okay. That's a 2-2, right? Hi. Hi. Say. Jangan, kenapa? What's that? Nah. Might be. Oh. Minus 19. That's a mid, high, mid, right? If I remember correctly. Maybe. Block. That was very obvious. Yeah, it looks like a mid, high, mid. What? Hey, we take those, bitch. Oh, that's a mix. Spring kick? Kagugo! Oh, they block low on that? My legs? Mid, high, mid, okay. High. Nope. Fuck. Good shit. Why did you hit the Yosh? I have to hit the Yosh. I have to hit the Yosh. Power bomb the Yosh, toss in the garage. Garbage. So towards Yosh. Spring kick. Low. Flash. I think that's pretty plus. I actually found a panda player. Oh! 2 break. Oh god. Oh, nice. Oh, that should be punishable, right? Down. What? Flush. Safe. Low. Low. I'm calling it out. Block it. I'm calling it out. Block it. Don't panic. Duck. It's okay to duck. It's not drop. Oi. Oh, it's punishable. Good duck. They duck a lot. There's no need to get out. Get out. I was attacking though. I was actually spamming. There's no need to do lowers against. They duck a lot, it seems. If I still have a chance to what? I'm him! Oh I'm not him! Good long kick. I'm him! I'm trying to electrical! Someone tell me why Rage is minus 15 again? Fuck. There's no launch option for Kazuya other than electric. It's so difficult. What? That was too late. That perfect attempt should have just like given you the match automatically. But man, 15 are generous, most are 14? Did they change it? I thought it's universally 15. Only characters like Brian or Lars can properly launch. Really? I always thought Ray shots are universally 15. Fuck. Oh, that's even worse. Oh, let's go. Okay. Yo, we are like we're like so we are like so trees twins, bro. A flush punch through a flush punch. Wake up! Wake up! Wake up! Why? Flush punch to a flush punch, baby. Ow. Oh, nice, I ducked. Hey, we take those.
Round 2. Fight.
Oh, Nelly. We punish those, get on. What the threat? The threat? Wow, raw. I'm not ducking. Yeah, it seems like it's the chart. Eat this! Yeah, that's right, baby. I'm toxic. Oh, let's go! I did it. What can I do for an ender, man? Yay! Nah, you're not doing the hell sweeps anymore. Oh shit! Nope, you're not doing it the 4th time. I don't believe it. You're not pulling your 4th time. Oh, you did it the 4th time. Very brave. I respect that a lot. I love Kazuya matchup sometimes. Hell sweep? No hell sweep? Oh, nice mid. Hell sweep? Hell sweep? Shut the fuck up! Oh, I hit it here! Hey, 2 2 can play that game, bitch. Don't stay on the ground. Ooh, good. I got this. I'm clowning. Oh, wow, that's actually pretty good. Oh, good patience. Flush punch to a flush punch. Ducking. No punish. Wee. Uraken. Nope. Two. It's oh, minus 12. I'm doing it. Oh, frame drop. I cannot I cannot do the combo because my frame keeps dropping. My PC is dying. This is hard to look at. I apologize to all Kazuya mains out there. This is so hard to look at. Oh wait, that's me. Okay. Wee! Wee! Bang! Nah. Wee! Good block. We punish those. Oh! Good mid. Oh no, yeah, unsteppable, unsteppable. Don't try, don't try. Respect it, duck it. Minus 15, minus 19. Wake up! Don't stay on the ground. Mid? No? Should just step them. Oh! It's not that punishable? Whoa. I was stupid. Minus 9. My timing is too linear. I need to change it.
Round 3. Fight.
Slash kick. Oh. Nice punish. Ooh, nice. Use King? Nah, I'm not gonna sell my soul to King. Good jab. Dig jab? Dig jab? What? Jab intro? Not punish. Yeah, best punish. Why are you pressing buttons there? Ura. Uh oh. Best punish. Uraken. Spring kick. That's missed input. Flush to flush punch. Nice. Nice. Uh-oh. I want to win. Down 4.
You win.
It turns out I'm in. No. It's just not idiot too. Bukan idiot too.
Get ready for the next battle.
The only Rachel is Asuka's gimmick. Yeah, Asuka can charge.
Emotional damage.
Yeah, Asuka can charge her rage art. That's pretty weird. Which one I left against and didn't realize? I will now mesh down for 2 all day on rage art blog. Yeah, that works. Yep. Hi Fang. Goodbye. No Wi-Fi forever. Never again. I realized my mistakes. Can I do like... Happy day of trans visibility, Tira. Oh, happy days of trans visibility to you too, Evie. Hey, I identify as trans. More power to y'all. Wait, till the sound of the closet? I've been out of the closet last year. It's all good. It's okay. I'm not very like... I mean, my tags and everything is there, but I'm other than that, I'm not very vocal about my trans stuff.
Battle.
Yeah, I'm not very loud with this trans stuff, but I am. No, who are you? Why am I fighting against a Fujin? 9 ranks higher than me, let's go. Oh my god, giant swing. Oh god, what am I playing? Oh. Oh no. Oh no. I'm gonna get washed. Oh, cool. Oh, interesting wall carry. Good whiff. Bad whiff. Good whiff. Punished by them. Damn. Relentless. Okay, I know what to do. Look at this shit. You're minus there, come on. I didn't duck it. I didn't punish it. Woohoo! That's a really fast giant swing. Oh, thank you. I didn't block that. I identify as bisexual? Respectable. No, fair enough. Wait, I'm still being trans though? Does it make me trans or bi still? Transbian myself? I still don't know about gay or lesbian to me. I don't even know if I'm like... only really have interest in transgender? Oh! Well, about those... about that. I don't know what I am. Still. Identity, I think I'm pretty trans, right? But other than... Who am I attracted to? I'm still like very confused. Because so far I only have interest in dragons, which is like... I don't know. It's like 70% why I'm a kobold, pretty much. I have to. I need to remember about this wall combo. Oh. No Wi-Fi, thank you. You're adorable. Wow. You're adorable too. You're Eevee. You're special. I don't know. I'm excited for the next week blood test time and for my HRT review, and man it should double and hopefully start
Get ready for the next
progesterone as well. Get those bigger boobies growing. Good luck, big good luck. You have my best wishes for that. Why are you skipping? Oh. No? Wow, okay. You were ready. Nope. Damn. Can we give Kazuya that? Golem. C cup? Nice! Ooh. We punish those, get out!
Round 3. Fight.
Ooh, victory. Victory is still disgusting as ever. Disrespect, I'm dead. Ooh, hit confirmable mid? Damn, that's pretty good. Low. Wait. Low. Uh-oh. Oh no, I was back turned. Good shit. My other trans friends are kinda jealous. I don't know why, but they grew down fast for me. Only had the estrogen magic for 3 months. Oh. I'm jealous too. Either that or because they're C cups. Yeah, I'm happy for you too, Evie.
Round 1.
It sounds heckin' amazing. Oh, they were ducking? You're telling me that shit is safe? That's a safe low? I have to hold back that. That's minus 12 if I remember correctly. Rage. Heat burst? Bursted heat? Uh oh. If I do a proper combo, I could have won there.
Round 2. Fight.
Oh, nice mix. Yup. Hold back. That shit's safe. Maybe I can try one saying 4. Good with punish. Hello, Kaka. Hello, Ryuki. It's a high? Mid? Plus? Ooh. Too far. Fair enough. The pushback is a lot more than I thought, but a rage shot would have killed me there since I committed to the heat. Hope everyone's doing well. I'm doing pretty good. I'm not too scuffed now.
Round 4. Fight.
Oh, nice. I cannot let her get away with that. I think I can launch that. Oh, they still do the same thing. Should I expect that? Good duck. Oh, they're ducking a lot. They're ducking not because they want to block low, but because of they want to do a force crouch mix-up. I don't know why I ducked there. Fair enough, fair enough. Taking notes on how to be a Kazuya player. Please don't look at my Kazuya and take notes. No, my Kazuya is bad. Very, very bad. When Kobo clings to you while you sleep, his tail is wrapped around your head. I love Kobo posting. The account just posting so many Kobo stuff. No Wi-Fi, thank you. It's frame dropping a lot. I'll see when can I turn off a little bit more. Because there's not much that I can turn off now. Unless I turn off Discord? It looks like Discord is using a lot of resources, I think. Well, not a lot. Here, let me turn off Discord and see how it looks like. It is eating. It is having a lot more frame drops today. This is like the best I could do. I could turn down this even further and then you guys would be looking at what? Mosaic pictures? Mosaic pictures, huh? I could do like that. No. Well, the game looks like shit, but hopefully it doesn't frame drops too much. I hope. Devil Jin. Devil Jin. I'm taking notes only because I want to learn Kazuya. It's just until I can get a better understanding of Devil Jin. Devil Jin is okay, I guess? It's not as strong as I initially thought, I think. Nah, it's still dropping. Utoshi. Is he not good? No, like he is good as fuck. It's just not as good as I initially thought. And when he's in heat, it just looks like we have to wait for the Psycho Crusher to come out because there's no counterplay to it.
Round one. Fight.
Down 2. Down 2. Sneak. Low. My legs are gone. Oh my god. It's 150 MS. No wonder I cannot play this game. Was it 5 bar? Oh my god, I cannot. I didn't duck. Nice. I didn't duck. There's no reaction to it, it's so laggy. Oh god. Fair enough. I did a get up kick. I need to duck that. Disrespect? Dick chat? Plus. That plus, but I still jabbed anyway. What the fuck? Yeah! Nice. Ah shit, it's 1+2. Doing against shit. Mid high? Should have expected that. Good shit. Hey, I ducked it. Did the okay punish. Range? Phantom, get Phantom ranged. I can punish that, right? Oh, wow. Combos? Ooh, combos? Low? Aye. Yeah. I need to learn to not commit to hell sweeps that much. Just not worth it sometimes. Okay, the frame drops is not that bad now at least. Nice, I low parried. Oh. Oh shit. Yeah. Ooh. I didn't duck that instead I pressed button. I'm stupid. Duck it. That's a mid. That's a mid high. Crack. Cannot let them twerk on me like that. Oh, nice. Punish. I'm just spamming down for 1-4. I feel bad. How do I combo? Oh yeah, Ryujin, Fujin, Ura can. Back 2-2, down for 1. Yeah, that's right. Urakin says the 2. Flying. Boom.
You win.
Get trolled. Oh wait, I won. Okay, let's go. They were so scared, they were just backdashing.
Get ready for the next battle.
Fujin Urakin. So Fujin Urakin. Bang. Would it be better I'm learning Liu? Learning Liu more than Jin? It's not bad. Honestly, in Tekken, just learn whatever character you want to learn. Don't let those like, oh, I hate the character. Even I do that sometimes, right? I absolutely despise Xiao Yu because it's stupid. But honestly, learn whatever character that makes you happy. And I'm happy that I'm playing Mishima because I love throwing electrics, and that's about it. It's pretty much the reason why I play Mishimas.
Round 1. Fight.
Oh god. Does that move gel? I hate it here.
Round 2. Fight.
Why am I ducking? Slide-oo! That was tight.
Round 3. Fight.
Double 2? Oh wait, that was strong. Taken 7. I'm just spamming shit. I'm twerking. I'm actually just twerking.
Round 1. Fight.
Oh my god, the lows. The lows. Nice. Nice adaptation. Are you saying that fucking tracks? Oh. Oh yeah. Oh, that looks weird. Nice. Showtime. Marvelous. Slide. I hate it here. Slide. 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 Damn, nice combo. Oh my god, I should have load a little bit. I should hold a little bit of low parry. Come on. Should have ducked that. It's a high, right? Help. Oh god, oh god, oh god. I forgot about infinite kicks. Oh. Guaranteed because it's counter hit. Hey, nice. I got knowledge checked. Hey, Hachi. I miss Hey Hachi. I miss Hey Hachi. Honest opinion, I miss the screws you could do in Tekken 7. Oh, me. I mean, it's sort of the same as the tornadoes in this game, no? Perfect. Oh. Wujin Uraken. Nah. Great. Nice, good mix. Oh, you tried, you little shit. You're playing with my feelings now, aren't you? Oh, I hope I held back. Great. Slide-o. Hello? Oh my god, I don't know how to punish Rage R2. It's hard, I cannot electric it. Perfect. Perfect. Oh, I could have low parry that. Oh. Ooh. Oh, nice. Uh-oh. Slide-o! Slide-o! It's like super fast. Hi again, cute Kobo Tira. Wow! Hi again, Welsh Furry Gaming.
Get ready for the next
Welcome,
battle.
welcome. I want to drink my goat chocolate at this point. My thumb hurts. I'm doing it.
Get ready for the next battle.
Jean. Oh my god, 18. I want to play a little bit of Reina after this. Cool. Okay. Oh, you've taken 5 Jin. Too hard. I deserve that loss so hard. Ooh, good block. Uraken. Wee. Oh, good call. I missed input. I was trying to step. Yo, -9. Oh, nice. Nice. Woo! Missed input. Let's try to do electric sword. Ah, not that punishable. I mean, punishable by Wassling 4-4, I think? Wee! Bang! 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 There we go. Nice. That was -10. Good mid. I'm +4, what are you doing? Okay, 1-3-4? 1-3-4, not punished by Wassling 1-2, but 4-4. Joker Reaper, hi! I'm getting looked at. What you doing? Playing some Kazuya Electric? Oh, yeah, it's very hard. Oh my god, clown! No! Stop! Stop pressing buttons! You're on the ground, block! Wee. Nice. Oh. I ducked. Good electric. Cambos? I ducked. Okay, I'm ducking too much. I'm ducking too much. Good duck. Oh! Ah, back 1-2. Nice. Get out! Get out! Oh. That's -10. Leg! Another one! Another one! Okay, I'm sorry. One too many, I'm sorry! Nah. Good delay. We punish those. Nice. Iksu! Oh. Nope. I don't. What are you doing? You deserve to lose for that one, huh? Trying to cheese? Trying to jab me out of that, huh?
Get ready for the next battle.
That was fun. I was playing Tekken earlier and got off it because, you know, toxic players trying to ruin the game. It's the FGC, you know, it's a fighting game. It happens so much. I remember, yeah, it's because of toxic players in Killer Instinct that just like make me doesn't want to play the game anymore. It's sad because Killer Instinct is such a good game. Not the leg. I have to bully the leg. I realized down 1+2 is a really good low. Like, no one yellow ring is gonna react to that. I cannot react to it. Oh, no Wi-Fi, thank you. Ooh. The frame drop still happens a lot. They did just put out an upsearch for key. Oh, upsearch for Killer Instinct. Update. Yeah. Killer Instinct, but the game was bugged. I downloaded all the DLC character files and some reason it marks them as unavailable. I had to reinstall them over and over again. Oh god. I luckily never had that kind of problem. Very lucky. But sorry I have to deal with that. That sounds terrible. Although I'm playing the Windows version, not the Steam version, I think. Yeah, I'm playing the Windows version. Because it could. Windows version is like the most player base, as far as I know. Yeah, I think it was like 2 weeks ago that I played Killer Instinct back. And then there were a lot of new players. Ooh, there's so much new players, it scared me a little bit. I play Richter a lot, and then a lot of people are just smashing. They don't know what they're doing, even on gold rank. So I guess in a way it's kind of good. A lot of people is playing Killer Instinct now. Fire! I'm on PlayStation. A couple years ago when I was on Xbox. Oh, get the Xbox back. Yeah, get the Xbox back. Play the heckin' Killing Instinct. We love the game. There's Riptor in it. Saber is kind of mid, but hey, Riptor is like top tier. I'm gonna get cancelled for saying that. Saber is mid. Oh. The surge of hate mails coming my way is like, oh no. And don't hate on the Kobo just because she likes reptilians in general. Ow. Ow. I'm no, I don't know, no. Oh, it's Steve. Lionheart just armor. What the fuck are you doing? Good step. I did micro dash. Nice. Body. Uh-oh. Oh, good mid. Ooh. Oh, they were cutting that time. I didn't break that. I was too late. Good throw. I need to break throws again. I need to practice that. Let's go. I can Xbox fried from a hack and Microsoft didn't do anything about it? Shit. Microsoft sucks still. I didn't really have Xbox anything. Alpha. Me too. Smash. Fire. That should be punishable. Good stuff. Range, we take those. Nice, good Sonic Fang. No, I didn't break that. Too late. Oh. I didn't duck that. Okay, so when Steve is doing all those jabs, just play defensively. Look for what's coming out. Oh. Nice. Guaranteed. I didn't duck that. Good. That was beautiful. Alright, here we go. Over here! Oh. Oh, I'm getting bullied. I pressed 1+2. Stupid! It's 1! How do I stop that stance? Oh, maybe I could step. Maybe I could step it. Alright, good shit. If you ever think about getting it again, add me. Willing to be your friend on that. And you do what this Kobo is doing, mashing stuff. Fair. Fair. If I play Drakunopu, Drakunopu is very, very strong. Drakunopu. For me, I feel like Drakunopu is just either Hatchet or Running 2. He's strong and adorable? Yeah! Yeah! We love Drakunopu. Although, going against Dragunov can be a little bit of a pain, but hey! It is Dragunov and we love him. That's not adorable? No! Have you seen the ending, like character ending for Dragunov? Starting from Tekken 6, I think? Very adorable. And me and Tai are, and I'm usually the him. Fang is usually the himbo. He's a pain, but I like learning from other regular players. Fair enough, fair enough. I don't play Drakunopu at all. Never played Drakunopu, but I know that Dragunov is pretty strong. Stretch the ball and moisturize? Okay, after this one. Shit, there's a really fast Gen swing. Didn't duck that. I should just look at 4-2-1. Shit, that's a really fast Shining Wizard. I tried to step it. Good shit. Nice. Oh! Guaranteed. Nice, good choice. Oh, thank you, Joker Reaper. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Let's go. I think you see my LC. I don't think I did. Or maybe I could have forgotten. I have no idea. I have bad memory. But thanks again, Joker Reaper. Shit. Duck it. I pressed it too late. Good duck. Woo! The legs. Oh god. Good duck. We take those. Good. I spun. Need to duck that. Almost. Woohoo! I ducked. I don't know why I ducked, but I ducked. I did it too many times. Oh, I don't know why I ducked. I'm panicking because yeah, I'm afraid of that move. Pull for neutral too. Yeah, good enough. I mean, I got around against that battle ruler, I think. I'll take it. I'll take it any day.
Ready for the next battle.
I was locked in. I was trying very hard. But hey. Oh, nice. JPEG if I my Kobo. I'm looking at Twitter.
Get ready for the next battle.
Lena, that's cool. My main. I want to play Reina for a little bit, I guess. Kinda. Reina is not as honest as Kazuya, but it's harder to play than Kazuya, if that even makes sense. I see. Good. I see. Good. Ooh, combos. Oh yeah. Ooh, combos. Ooh, combos. Holy shit. There goes my recoverable health. Nah. Reina's heat burst is too slow. Ooh. I tried to twin twist on that. Oh no! Good grab. I was attacking. Whoop. Oh come on, I'm crested. Oh no! He's playing Sentai? Our PC is dying! Hanoshiri na. Oh, okay. Alright, let's play some Reina. I'm gonna play a little bit of Reina. I am feeling super sleepy today for whatever reason. I mean, I said the same thing yesterday. Okay, I know what. I'm gonna have to show me OC later. Oh, can. No, I don't want to sleep yet. Not yet, anyway, not yet. I'm gonna play games. I'm gonna play games. And Kobo wants to play. Reina. Lei Chao Blah. You can send me your OC later.
Get ready for the next battle.
Doria. What's the combo for Reina again? 4-2-3, 4-2-3, down for 1, 4-2-3, Sentai, cancel, down for 1 into 2, and down for 1 Sentai 2. Oh no, Leroy. Alright, here we go. Nice. Nice orbital. Nice combo, holy shit. Oh, did I not duck? Did I not block that? Not duck. Nice, I pressed the button. Woo, I'm getting read like a book. Good shit. Good parry. Nice. They don't want Oki, they just keep doing that combo. Hi. Oh, nice. Good timing. Plus. Woo! I tried to repunish that, but I forgot the second hit. That Reina has a good down foot too, so I'm gonna make use of that. Yeah. Parry? No. Ooh. Why you keep charging? Were you really that desperate?
Come on, sugar.
I guess they're pretty desperate. Oh, okay. I guess they really hate Reina as well.
Get ready for the next battle.
Meow, hi. Just jumping in to say happy Easter, everyone. Oh, wait, Easter is a thing. It's not a thing in Malaysia, but hey, happy Easter to those who celebrate it. I hate people like that. Yeah. No one likes them. Your model is so cute. Wait. Thank you. It's made by Haya Bailey Bear though. I think it's not. I didn't make this. Here. It's made by let me go find her channel real quick. I think it's like this. There it is. Made by her. I didn't do it. I made the 3D model, but the 2D model is made by her. Check her out. She's amazing. But when you go in and get close to winning, they wanna be a plugger. It is fighting game, so I'm not really surprised. Reina is harder to play. For whatever reason, her electric is harder to come out. Kobo want a hug? Hug good. I want hug. Hug from a dragon. What? What kind of down state is that? Wait, that's guaranteed. That's guaranteed. I didn't know. Oh, it's a high though. Okay, that makes sense. Looks like it could be a good crushing ability. High crushes a lot, I think. This one. No, Kobe. Oh my god, why is it so hard? No electric 70 damage? Let's go. No one's playing. Nice. Yeah, this stage is all walls. Alright, good luck and have a great day. Thank you, Wildflower. I must go because family stuff. See you later, Kobo later. Have fun with families. Have fun with family stuff. Thanks for the hugs too. Jin senpai.
Round one. Fight.
Nice. Oh, nice. Good challenge. Nice, I ducked. Not ducking. Right, it's a 2-break. Damn, oh, rage. Yeah, good call.
Round three. Fight.
Point 4, baby. Good duck. Good mid. I ducked. Four. Damn, nice optimize. Yeah, they learned how I play. Let's do it, baby. Let's do it. We do see ya. See you.
Round one. Fight.
Oh, yeah. I need to stop doing electrics, they're ducking a lot. Damn, hits grounded. Oh, that was fast. Nice combo.
Round two. Fight.
Oh my god, they were ducking at the best time ever. I should have hold down back a little bit longer. Oh, that's a little bit frustrating. That's good timing too. I'm not playing Kazuya. Damn. Oh, 2 hits. Good call. When Jin press buttons, it's kinda hard to deal with.
Get ready for the next battle.
But other than that, he has really good timing though, so yeah. The delay on the hell sweep says it all. That was really good. Oh wait. Oh, this one is only minus 10. Oh. Safe mid. I think this one causes a guaranteed follow-up, I think.
Get ready for the next battle.
Whoa. Kazuya. Kazuya is fun. Damn.
Fight.
Ooh. Good duck. Ooh. Nice. Quick stun.
Round two. Fight.
Nice. Good. Ooh, good disrespect. I press the button. Oh boy. Another low incoming? Good patience. Oh! Good mid. Didn't expect that throw. Wasn't that a generic throw? I thought I pressed 2 though. Okay. Hell sweep! Spring kick! Oh, that's a nice combo, other than 4 electrics. Oh, they were ready. What was that? This little punish, I ducked. Hey, you know what? If it works, it works. Good call. Hell sweep! Nice, I ducked. Good duck. Good duck again. Ah, don't press into it. If I get hit, don't press. I'm panicking. Why? Oh. Okay, fair enough. They do duck a lot. Then let's make use of that. Woo. That's good damage. What I didn't expect that to kill. I press one. Oh! Ooh, yeah, they duck a lot. Don't press. Hell sweet. Big check. We punish those. That felt good. 2 punishes on that move. We take those. I don't know why they decided to do down back 1-2. Twice even, when I punished it the first time. Maybe they thought that I don't know how to punish it. So they did it again. Probably. Hi Nexus! Hello, hello, welcome. Nice. Good range. Oh. Quick stand. Good shit. I forgot about that. 4-4. Stop. Okay. Wait for them to do stuff. Right? Don't press too much buttons. Oh my god, down for 2. Yeah. That was not intended punish. Not intended block. I wasn't ready. Nice, I ducked. And they were really good with the schmicks. Yeah, I'm dead. They're going hell sweep now. Big check. Hell sweep. Good armor, beautiful. Good choice, good choice. W stream? Hey? Imagine playing Reina. I know a lot of people hate Reina. The first leader that I won against, I already got one and done, the ED. But hey, I'll take it. I'm suffering a bit from daylight saving, hope you're well. Oh yeah, the daylight changes over there, right? It must have been very, very weird. But yeah, I'm doing pretty good. Hope you're not suffering too much though. Oh, you're Reina. Yeah, I'm Reina. This is gonna become an L stream now. But Reina is hard to play. Reina is hard to play.
Get ready for the next battle.
Oh, I'm gonna get washed. Oh my god, they delayed it. Oh my god, I can react to that. I'm dead. Good shit. Me? Picture? Damn, nice confirm. Oh, I was backdashing. Unclean. Magnifique. Nice, I ducked. Magnifique.
Round 3. Fight.
Bus. Oh, the flowchart, I see it. It's a high. Nice, good call. My Shiryu is gonna be gone at this point, but it's fine. Short key. At least I have something to blame my messed up sleep schedule on. Hey, that's fair. I'm ducking too much needlessly. Big chat. Mid high. Ooh, the schmicks.
Round 2. Fight.
Oh my god, the second hit. Fair enough. Good low.
Round 3. Fight.
Lily has low range, I just realized. Me trying to outspace her is kinda impossible. Ooh, so evasive. Yep, I told you I'm gonna get washed. I can tell. See, my problem is I'm trying to outspace Lily when Lily is the spacing.
Get ready for the next
No, Lily is the
battle.
spacing. I should not be trying to outspace Lily. Like, because my brain was thinking that Reyna's down for 2 is pretty good, right? Good range, but Lily has so much 2, there's so much more range on. So I was like, yeah. I was being dumb on that round, on that match. Oh, no Wi-Fi, thank you. Oh, it's neutral on block. It does 15 frames, it's way faster. Two range. Yeah, slightly more range on the forward 4. But I realized also whenever I try to do exert my forward 4 pressure, because it's like my +2 on hit, it's not as much as Heihachi. Heihachi used to be like +4 on hit. But it's like whenever I try to do forward 4, because it's so slow, I keep getting interrupted. That's also my problem. I can't rely on 4-4 too much.
Get ready for the next battle.
Hi, I'm Len Slim. What kind of name is that? Alright, cool beans, Mighty Ruler. I'm probably gonna get demoted today, but it's okay. If I get demoted, that just means I'm not good enough.
Fight.
Right. Good patience. I can break it. At the back.
Round 2. Fight.
Oh, range. That looks like a 1+2 break. Oh god. Okay, look for that throw, look for that throw. They love that throw now. Good enough. I told myself look for that throw. 1+2. Are those all guaranteed? Good duck. Shouldn't have done that. Ooh, I thought it's far enough.
Fight.
Double? Shadi is talking a lot of shit. I just realized Shadi is talking so much shit. But it's so quiet that I cannot even hear it. Oh, here it's like okay, 1+2 break. Alright, look for throws, look for throws. Break a throw today. I know I'm sleepy, but I can break a throw. Slide. Guaranteed. Nice. Should I expected that again? Whoa, how safe was that? Oh wow! Wait, that just breaks it? That sucked. Lows.
Round 3. Fight.
Ah, I pressed 1. I was attacking. I pressed it though. Come on. Oh wow. Oh, tracks. Nice.
Round 4. Fight.
Good luck. Whoa. Throw is so strong in this game. Nice. Slide. Guarantee. Punish. Good mid.
Final round. Fight.
Good punish. Oh, come on. Unseeable low from a heat? Wow, okay. To be fair, this is like the first time I fought against a Shaheen, so yeah. God, throw is so strong in this game. I really need to practice my throw break. It's getting worse. Like getting killed by throws alone feels like shit, so I need to like practice a little bit. So only one hit? No Wi-Fi. Nice.
Get ready for the next battle.
Okay. Victor, punish Shari. Alright, Shari is minus 16. I can down for 2 then, okay?
Round 1. Fight.
That's minus 9.
Je te tiens.
Ooh. Low, mid. Not that scales. Oh, I have to step the other way, I think, for that one. How many dick jabs? That's a punish and a half. What was that? Bon appetit. I'm so getting washed today. Who guts? Woo! Trekking. Oh my god! Fair enough. Guarantee. Armor? Oh no, I wasn't blocking. I hate it here. Woo! Why would that whiff though? The electric. Oh my god. Alright. That's a counter hit, I think. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Fair enough. I was trying to do heat burst, but I guess I missed input. My inputs are not really clean all the time, so nice. Good enough. Wait for them to do stuff. Don't press buttons. I need to train my patience back and my throw back. My throw break. It has been a long time. Blame it on me. Wow. Wait for them to do unsafe stuff. Duck the strings. Punish accordingly. Don't press too much buttons against Spectre. I pressed. Don't press. It's fine. Don't press. Don't take back my turn. Why would they whiff? I don't understand. Am I not deep dashing enough? Oh my god. I'm gonna disrespect it so much. Oh my god. Chill, 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 chill. Don't need to be frustrated against this. This man will live and die by entry 222. I know, right? Okay, duck that, duck that. Do that again, I'll duck it. They know the punish though. Oh! I'm pressing buttons. I cannot do that. Cannot do that. Be patient. Be patient. All right. Oh my god! What with that whiff? I'm dead. The whiff, man, it hurts me. 10 of the zealous. True, right? Oh, I'm airborne. Yeah. All right. There we go. Thank you. My god. Oh, oh, they didn't do it anymore. They're learning. I don't like it. That good shit. He's learning. I cannot believe it. Don't. Your throats are not broken anymore. That was bad. Oh my god, I need to find something that's more consistent. Okay, I'm airborne again. This is not bad. Ijekimat. Find something that's more consistent. Down for 2, I guess? Low? I'm still doing it though. This man. You're right though, this man. It's all 2-2-2. Yeah, I cannot be too. There's no need, right? There's no need to feel heated just because I cannot press buttons. Just hold back. It's fine. It's fine. Just hold back. Oh, okay. Just hold back. Hi, numbers. Oh, we're so cute. I don't know. I'm not though. Wait, am I? I don't know. I'm a Kobo. Maybe that's why. Can I cope? Can I cope a little bit? I want to cope. My PC is dying though, right? I'm playing everything on the lowest quality, so I cannot see stuff sometimes. It's a little bit difficult. The full raw 2-2 with Victor stops around yellow ranks, right? I feel like that as well. Yeah. Oh no. What is this red I'm fighting? Okay. Okay. We skid again. Uh oh, delayed too much. What are you doing? Psycho Crusher. Jeffrey, hi. Cute Kobo, good morning. Oh no. Is that track? Is that tracking? Good morning, Jeffrey. Stop that shit. That's a high, right? We should get it. Am I seeing a pattern that I'm not seeing here? Minus 15. Get stepped twice. I'm not surprised. Get stepped on again. Oh, rage. We skid again. Hi. There should be something that's duckable, right? Hope you're doing good, Jeffrey. Welcome in. We booping numbers? Yeah. Oh.
Get ready for the next battle.
So many people cannot accept L's. The one and dones are insane. Oh no, what have you done? It's Jade, it's fine. Leg. A leg. Everything and then get booped.
Get ready for the next battle.
Dragonopu, I'm dead. Actually, before anything, let me just do this real quick. Where's the boop so far? Alright, come on, almost done. There we go. Okay, now it's good. Explodes cutely. Wow, who is this? Jesus fucking Christ, what is this? Why is it so delayed? Should've ducked that.
Damn, okay. Is this Deep Box? This is Deep Box, isn't it? Hello? Nice. Nice step. Yeah. Wait, what is that one? What is the back for? What the fuck? That back for hits grounded? Yep. Hi, Narix. Hello. Good picture. Good picture. Nice, I low parried. Good duck. They know. I ducked. 4 damage! Fucking hatchet! Yep. Hatchet is too painful, holy shit. It's a Dragon of Rest, it's taken 7 Steve. It's perfect. Alright, there goes my dragon rank. Fuck. Not gonna give up yet. Nice interrupt. Ooh.
Damn. Alright, okay.
Fight.
And strings? I'm getting stringed to death. Ah. No, punish that. They're showing the cards. Need to learn faster. Good punish. I'm uh-oh. Oh, they never go for 1+2, okay. Big check. Okay. Nice. Catch it. Big check. Not that punishable. Big check. Nice unlock parry. That looks like a 2. Aww. Is there a way to stop the tackle? Because I'm not too sure what to do. I'm just getting destroyed by tackle as well. I feel like there should be a way. Jump? Maybe jump? I guess. Tackle is definitely... Because tackle is now a throw, and throws in Tekken 8 are... homing. I guess I have to jump. I guess I have to jump and then do something afterwards. Imagine him with a delay hop kick, not Reina. Oh, Reina has a hop kick. It's the first of Mishima that has a fucking hop kick. And 4-bar is fine. My god, it's been way too long since I last played Tekken. I mean, I love Tekken, holy shit, but I've been obsessed with... I've been obsessed with... Masanta Generation Ultimate. So I didn't play Tekken for a long time, and now I'm coming back, it hurts. Ow. Plus? Oh. Stop being a Frenchman. Dutch in this case. I'm not. No punish. Oh. Don't wait for button. Or do. Oh. Need to break throws. Wall. I love wall. Hmm. Oh! I pressed button. I was too far. Ow. Whoa, that's low point. Hey, Shinryu! I got dragon again. First, it's not the first time you fuck. I've been to 10 Ryu. What do you mean? I'm stupid. I'm plus. Gonna. My leg's not long enough. Oh, not that punishable? Oh no! Yeah! Lars is Swedish? Oh yeah, Lars is Swedish. I don't even know why Lars is Swedish, to be honest. Best combo in the game, let's go. Ashi! 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 A Swede that speaks perfect Japanese, I know, right? Oh, I ducked. What are you twerking? Oh, they almost did it. And a low. Because the name Lars Alexanderson doesn't give off Swedish vibes. It doesn't. Lars Alexanderson.
Get ready
A
for the
Swede.
next battle.
How did Lars come into existence again? Lars is Lee. No, Lee is Kazuya's brother. Lars is the same. Lars is Kazuya's sibling, right? How the Tekken part? Okay, yeah, you know what? Fair enough. Absolutely, positively fair enough.
Round one.
Ooh, 6 wins. Fair enough. Nice combo. Jab. Mommy! Oh my god. It's SOS Heihachi. I know, right? Heihachi is so thirsty, my god. You're 50 plus years pumping out kids like it's also nothing. Look, it's Heihachi, it's fine. Damn. Oh my god. Ooh, very, very aggressive. Okay, okay. While running too? Try to step. Armor? When you get hit, you armor. I didn't break that. Oh, I'm not supposed to hold back there, right? But back 4... But back 4 hits grounded though. Do I have to eat that? Lars was technically for science. He had him to see if he had the devil gene in him. He didn't. Oh. Oh, okay. One plus two. Looks like a 2. I press 1. Ooh. Jab. What? Is it on minus 12? I guess I'm late on that. I'll press 1 but a bit late. Can confirm. So aggressive, this Dragunov. 1 plus 2. Oh my god, I have to eat that! That throw, and then the back 4, that sucks. That is so disgusting. Why is that a thing?
Get ready for the next battle.
Why does back 4 hit grounded? It's not supposed to be hidden. I fear the Russian sambo fighter. I fucking hate Dragunov. That back 4 hitting grounded pissed me off so bad. What the fuck is that?
Get ready for the next battle.
I'll uninstall this game right now. Like, get me out of here. Because Strike's the best character in the game? That doesn't question it. You know what? In Tekken 7, Dragunov is kind of sad. I get it. Oh my god. Interesting combo. Chesto! Oh my god, I'm so good, I'm so yee! Fuck, I can react on that. I don't recognize that. Guarantee. High crush. Kangaroo jump. One dragon to the Xiaoyu? Yeah. I really cannot recognize that. Best combo in the game? Back turn. Yeah. There's no need to duck there, honestly. Okay, first order of business. React to that fucking snake edge.
Round one. Fight.
The fuck is that? Second hit. There's gonna be a better punch from that. There has to be a better punish from that. For one rising 4-4? I didn't react to that. I was just backdashing. Excuse-moi? Oh, of course you would disrespect that. Why I'm not surprised. Don't need to low parry that. I cannot react to that. Ibata. Oh no. Is that safe? Is that safe? There's no way, right? Think. Big check. Oh, okay. I actually got lucky. Back on track, rolling in. Hi, Merb. Welcome. Yeah, Kobo wing. Here comes the machine, the tank, the Merb. Yeah, it's not the best of Merb in rolling. Hey, that's true. Merb is the best in rolling. Armor. So that looks pretty safe. That looks very safe as well, for whatever reason. Can react to that almost. I held down back there, so it's a plus. Woohoo! Alright, it's Xiaoyu. It's fine. Yeah, I can react to that. Fuck me. It's fine. One day I'll react to it. One day. Don't press buttons there. Oh, fair enough. snackage. Oh. What? Whoa, what? Over 2 into 3 is not guaranteed. No, no fucking way. Almost. I held down back there. I ducked for no reason. I have to duck that one. Oh my god. What is this clown fest? I'm done. I cannot play anymore. If I play more, I'll actually get mad. And I don't want that. I'm getting heated. This is bad. I'm getting clowned on. Because I suck. Here, let me think. I have the Switch here still. Fuck me, just now I'm in a conundrum where I actually want to play more. Like I love Tekken, but fuck me, when I go against someone like that, it's just painful. Let me think. Guess I'll play Bear. Need to chill. You know, suck the goodest bowl. I wish I am. Hey. You did get served a really strong opponent and a Xiaoyu back-to-back. Strong opponents I don't mind. It's the fact that Xiaoyu has so much... Why does Xiaoyu has so much mix that deals 10,000 damage? It's not supposed to be that way when Xiaoyu doesn't... Xiaoyu is supposed to be the character that don't do that much damage and mix you to death. But now, because Xiaoyu is so strong, each mix will kill you. That doesn't used to be the case. It's not. I draw my line at Xiaoyu because, man, going against the character is not fun at all. Like mid crushes, high crushes is pretty normal because, you know, highs are... If throwing out highs is a risk, people duck it. Throwing out mid is to check them for ducking, but then Xiaoyu just like, can't touch this. Oh, you did the mid, too bad. I'm mid snake edging and you are dead. That's Xiaoyu. And I'm surprised that she's not nerfed still. Fuck's sake. Like at this point, I don't even care about my dragon rank anymore. It's more like, I don't know, man. My brain is all over the place currently. Can't think straight.
Get ready for the next battle.
Like even Victor is like have some sort of a counterplay to it. You notice how much I'm blocking and trying to punish Xiaoyu, but fucking the punishes didn't work against Xiaoyu because she's impassioned and sends stances and into stances. If you think I'm getting heated, I do say take a little break from Tekken. Let's watch food crime videos and judge them.
Get ready for the next battle.
You know what? You're right. I'll take your offer out. Right? I'll take that. Let's watch some food crimes after this. Punish Shari?
J'espère que tu n'es pas un de ces incompétents à l'esprit limité. Round 1. Fight.
Shit. Oh wow.
Je te tiens.
Don't step. I'm surprised they're not doing Shari though. Maybe they know that people have been loving that move. It's minus 20! Oh gosh. Oh gosh. Oh. It's minus 16. I can punish it. Okay. I press 1 plus 2. Oh, that whip, okay. Why is the things that I do suddenly becoming so inconsistent? What was that?
Réserver une table dans un 3 étoiles pour ce soir. Cuisine française, évidemment.
Sacré bleu.
Accepte ta défaite. Tu as perdu d'avance. Round 1.
G-clip.
Fight.
Oh, they know the punish. I guess they do know about the game. The range on that leg though.
Round 2. Fight.
Oh. First time, second time doing that low. Please don't whiff. What the fuck? What changed? What changed? What did they whiff?
Round 3. Fight.
I think you can crouch cancel punish that shit. Minus 9. That armor is so cheap though. Never really realized that. Low? Good mid, I'm dead. Low? Oh. Alright, we take those. That was a little bit of a Hail Mary. Wow, range. There we go, finally. I wonder what changed. There's so many things that I do is so inconsistent now. Reina full crouch down for 4 hit, and then the electric follow-up doesn't, just whiffs a lot. Entrance. Jab, jab, jab. Oh, nice. I drugged. I drugged. Oh, too late. Minus 19! I'm doing it, I'm dead. Uh-oh. Why did that whiff again? I don't understand. Two can play that game. There's no such thing as being honest. Good call. Oh, I'm dead. You got this, Kobo. I'll try my best. Come on, I pressed it. Yep. That downfall one is minus. How did that push back? 4-2? If you mean a demon uppercut? Let's watch some food crimes. You know what? Yeah, you're right. I'm not in my right mindset to play this game anymore. It's not fun when I'm getting heated, right? It's fun when I'm not heated. Same goes for any game, honestly. If I'm getting heated, step back for a little bit, take the L, it's fine. Right? I mean, it's nothing bad about taking L's. Oh, actually, there's not even L, just recognizing that the situation is not good, recognizes it, and do something else. Give me a second. I'm gonna change. What's the time? 5? Let's watch some food crimes. Why not? Thanks for the pets, though. I know these days I feel like my behavior has not been the best, to say the least. Sorry, right? Sorry. Food crimes or food yay? That's a just chatting, right? It's a just chatting stream. I will become just chatting streamer. Sanity level dropping. It doesn't help that these days there's so many things in my family that's happening that is like definitely having my sanity dropping. It doesn't help, but I still want to do this, right? It's fun. I want to be here. I genuinely want to be here. So food crimes is, what do you call it again? The dancing bacon video, right? We were looking at, what do you call it? Dancing bacon. Wait, I can be 3D now. You know what? Actually, give me a second. If I can be 3D, why not, right? Let me check this real quick. Sorry, yeah. Okay, and then open this up. Open this up. Stab this. I think it works, right? If I stab this now. Never tried it, but it's the first time for everything. Wait, I'm T-posing. Oh shit. Wait, I'm T-posing though. Then this one changed to... Watch out, I'm asserting dominance. Watch out. Kobo is asserting dominance. That's right. Never thought that could happen, right? Wait, give me a second. Okay, I'm back. And then if I do this, it should be fine, right? Maybe? Are you working? Oh. Oh. Wait, the position is wrong. Is it like this? It's very slow because I put everything to like very low thing. There we go. Then this one here becomes small. Then I can be double cobbled, can I? It's double cobbled. Oh my god. What's better than 1 tiara? 2 tiaras. 2 tiaras. Actually, no, I'm closing that. More cobble? Nah, there's no need to close that. Oh. Oh, Slazer? Oh yeah, I do play this.
Yep.
Yep, yep.
Nude spotted? Nude?
Yep.
Ooh, shiny.
Kobo,
yep.
Kobo, fuck yeah.
If you mean this
Yep.
Kobo generator, maybe?
Yep.
It's like a thing that I found on itch.io. Yep.
Yep.
Kobo, Kobo,
Yeah.
Kobo, yep, yep.
Kobo. Street food. We're watching street food. $40 all you can eat dinner buffet? Supermarket? Is it safe for work? Yeah. This Kobo generator is very safe for work. This one, I think you can find it in itch.io. I'm pretty sure. Surprising, right? A Kobo thing that is safe for work. Can believe it. Sunday walking street market Thai street food. A lot of Thai? Yeah, a lot of Thailand street food. Yeah, see, Thailand street food. Phuket, also Thailand. Liu He, oh, this one is Taiwan. We watched this one, Indonesia. Oh, Singapore? Singapore? Kobo generator? A program that generates kobolds? Yeah, sounds about right. I didn't really look into it as much, but yeah. I typed in h.io and was wondering why it's h.oi. That's for Singapore. Singapore street food. Kebab, of course. The classic kebab. You're not even using your own knife? Sacrilege. Sacrilege. Num num. Oh my god, the music. Chicken kebab. Roasted chicken, lettuce and chili sauce. It's a classic. Roti kirai. This looks bad. Okay lah, it's not that bad, I think. So it's a crime to you? Doesn't look the most appetizing, but it tastes good. I think that I think definitely there's like a better one out there. What was that again? I forgot. I don't remember. My brain's gone. Roti kirai. 6 SGD for this? Sing dollar? Fuck. 2 chicken price. Oh, okay. Big. Okay. Then yeah, 6 Sing dollar, I guess. Yeah, it doesn't look too hard. Ramly, oh no, all outside. Oh no. Let's go, Ramly burger. Show me that sauce. Show me that sauce. Show me that 2,000 sauce in one burger. Damn. And you're just splashing it all over. What are you doing? No, why are you putting raw egg on cooked egg? No. No wonder people all outside lah. Are you god damn it, you're putting a raw egg on Stop. No, stop. They're raw. The below part is cooked. It's usually a good rule of thumb that if something doesn't look really good, it usually tastes really good. Yeah, it's weird, but it's kind of true. Oh, please, for the love of God, cook them evenly. Yeah, it's charred. Oh, that hurt. I'm putting it a little bit like lower volume. There we go. Oh, stop! Fucking crime! Check the bottom part. What are you doing? Ramly burger all outside. We know why, along. Of course not. I see the SG people why they avoid Ramly. Now I know why. Fuck this. What is oh my god! Oh my god, it's uncooked! We love food crimes. Low sugar, malicious intent. Yeah. You cook. Is that meat cooked? Okay, I think that's cooked meat. Yeah, that's cooked. Okay. I'm scared. I've been scarred for life. I'll make a mental note to mention to Retro and Premium to not eat Ramly while in Thai. Oh, this is Singapore. Oh yeah, look at that sauce. Mmm. Another one? Yeah, another one. Let's go. More sauce. I think there's one or two more. This is like the barbecue sauce. Mmm. And then there's like chili sauce or mustard. Oh my god. Look at that. More sauce, please. Mmm. And then the chili sauce. Mmm. Yeah, there we go. Look at that chili sauce. At least the sauce is good. I hate this human. What are you doing? Why are you cutting it like that? Why do you not just do it one go? I guess that's why. That egg is charred below part. Show us the below. Show us the below part. You won't. You won't. I've seen runny joints in one Thai that exist. See, the thing is, I had Ramly burger in at Pelita. That we have a Ramly joint in Pelita. That shit is not bad. Like honest, Ramly burger in Miri is not bad. I ate it. It didn't give me any diarrhea. So yeah. Wow, 4 SGD oh. It's your air only 4. It's so rough and bad. Burger patty topped with mayo, chili, black pepper, cheese. It's very popular with one of the longest queue. Okay. Vadai. Hey yo, Vadai. Oh. Oh, it's with shrimp. Is that... Did you... You put it... Oh yeah, right. It's... Oh right, it's not... The shell is there. I was thinking that it's food crime, but I remembered. It's normal. I know it's weird, but it'll be better if the shell if the shell is peeled. Not gonna lie. Vadai. That's a nice color. I think the shell can be eaten together because it's been fried for long enough. Chendo, eh, Chendo, walao eh, Chendo, nice oh. Show me your Chendo, come on. Alright, nice serving of sweet stuff. 1, 2 scoops, okay, 1 scoop on each. Oh yeah, oh yeah. I think that's fresh milk, right? Yeah, that has to be fresh milk. Oh, cream milk? I don't know, one of them. I know Chendo is good. You can never go wrong with Chendo. Oh yeah. 全自动安全门. Damn, that looks good. It's pretty basic and I think I kinda like it. Right, coconut milk. Yeah, the green jelly is called Chendol. It's very soft. It's good. Chendol is good. You can never go wrong with it. I wonder if the folded egg makes the burger easier to eat. Probably. Maybe it doesn't make the sauce go sploosh away. What is this again? I didn't see. That shrimp looks so sad. Oh, bandana. Oh, pandan ji. Oh, pandan ji. Oh, this one is good. Oh, hell yeah. Oh, it's prawn. Oh yeah, it's prawn. It's not ji. It's otak. Yeah. Oh, it's fish paste. Right. Yeah. I remember eating this. It's very small, but man, this one is good. Hey, otak. Why otak good pa? Do you not like fish paste? Personally, I love otak. Is that potato? Oh. Pre-cooked stuff. Swirly fries? What am I looking at? What am I looking at? Sauce. Sauce. Mustard. Meatballs in a bucket. Very straightforward. So much plastic. Oh, if you're referring to the otak, those green stuff, they are pandan leaves. I don't think they're plastic. You know, one of these stalls costs 30k SGD a month. Oh my god. Apam balik. Hey, apam balik. I'm telling you, apam balik. Yeah. Y'all better get apam balik. No, why are you... Oh, okay, no, fine. That shit better be clean. It's so small though. Yeah, there's chocolate apam balik as well. There's peanut or chocolate. Can I hear the crunch? Oh, you didn't... Oh, they didn't cut it! I guess they don't. I mean, fair enough. Crushed peanut and sugar. And they have the chocolate one. I personally prefer the peanut one. Chocolate is a little bit too sweet. I cry so. No, don't cry, Merp. Don't cry. Don't cry. I got you. I got you. I got you. I got you. Is this takoyaki? No, why are you overfilling it? Why are you overfilling it? This better be not takoyaki. You already know where the holes are, huh? I guess. It's splashing everywhere. Chill. Huh. I guess they are like takoyaki look-alike, I guess. Are those waffles? I honestly don't know. They look like... Oh, you fry them even. Why is the takoyaki porous? I don't know. Hey, sometimes people can be very creative, I guess. Oh, sauce? Sauce. Takoyaki. Bukan lah, ini bukan takoyaki lah. Saya tak tahu apa ini sejak. Wait, are you actually making takoyaki? It is actually oh my god. I mean, I don't know how I feel about that. Takoyaki is just one slice of hot dog inside. The flakes are bonito flakes, Wapiang one hot dog slice only. Hiya. 你妈你放一片下去吃鬼呀、真的是你吃面粉就好啦，鸡多真的是多难。Gonna go there to clean up the mess. Singapore food street scary, I don't know. This video scarred me. You haven't seen the worst of it? Yeah, this one's actually pretty okay, honestly. We like at first when I do the food crime videos on the street food, there is some actual crimes going on. Yeah, I know, right? The first time we were doing stuff with actual food crimes. I was about to say, holy shit. 5 years ago. 12 days ago, Sunday walking street. Okay, let's watch some Thailand street food. How about that? Phuket. Okay, we are at Phuket now. Phuket. The first thing you do is Hokkien Mee? Wait, is that fish paste? Is that fish paste? Did you just put fish paste in Hokkien Mee? I put in more of the sauce. God damn, the color is not good. Oh. More. Wait, no, just the color. Wait, no, wait, just a little bit more. Uh-huh. 1 minute. Okay. That looks good. My brain. I mean, I guess in a way. It's not Hokkien Mee. You're using rice vermicelli. Nhà má当好这什么鬼东西又不懂哦，操包去！哇老喂 ，L 坡啊，这种东西不能啊。Fish cake, fish ball, chicken and shrimp. I guess the taste is there, but the looks of it is, I don't know. I'm being scarred. Hope you're doing good, Green. Welcome. I know even Asian I feel slightly offended by what's going on the screen. What are you doing? Why are you shaking? Why are you shaking the Coca-Cola? Oh! What are you doing? What? Is that ice? What am I looking at? What is this? Slushies? What am I looking at? Is that like slushy? It's a funny thing water does when it's actually a oh, the ice cold slushy soda with a special. Okay, grilled fish curry paste ball. See that's a thing. That's the thing with Thailand street food. A lot of things are just like fish paste. A lot of things just like fish paste. So it's like, I don't know. I'm not a big fan of fish paste, to be honest. I would like meat. You know what I mean? I would like meat, not fish paste. I mean, it tastes good, but It's okay, I guess. They're fish paste. Fish paste is very savory. Omelette rice, eh? Okay. The shaking would turn it into a slush instead of a solid block. Oh, wow. Why handle money with hand? Don't ask. Paste in my mouth? Ayo. Only a dragon can do that. Paste in my mouth. Ooh, hey. Okay, they're cooking. This is actually not bad, I think. I like the direction. It's very fucking oily though. All I see is oil. But I'm not gonna complain at this point. It's not bad. The middle part... You better make the middle part cook, you do shit. Okay, you flip it. Okay, thank you. And like seafood? That's fair. But here, how do you show me this cursed video? We're rating if there's any food crimes or food yay. Honestly, I just like watching videos like this. I like watching food videos. But I didn't know because the first time I was looking street food and then almost all of them is like food crime. It's like, oh, I could I could make this a thing. So now we have food crimes or food yay. This is food violation. Oh no, wait. Not the paste. This is Thailand, you just put paste on everything. Ayo. Tasty fried omelette to be appreciated. Bolton chili. Extra kick. Didn't we get the most food crimes back to back on that festival? I think the most food crime I've seen is it's a Taiwanese one. Like actual food crimes. I think it's a Taiwanese one. The best one was the one at Malaysia. Like, not because I'm Malaysian, but they're actually doing good stuff. They can't fuck up roti, right? Okay, good toss, good toss. Roti telur. Man, ôi, walao eh, 怎么你这样呢？哇，哎呦！屌啊！你这攀几个落地都不会，你做什么鬼东西？我看到要 L 破了，蹦什么鬼呀、吐啊 ！Fix that! Fix that! No! 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 Don't put it in! Don't put it in! Don't put it in! Don't put it in! Ah, crime! This is an actual crime. It's going out. It's going out. No. Nhà ma kỳ trang hổ 什麼鬼東西我看不懂 It's so oily! You're not supposed to put that much oil. Oh? Okay, you get the pass. Hey, Nutella, you get the pass. Roti cholesterol. This is, yeah, roti cholesterol. Why so much oil? Why is that Nutella runny? Don't ask. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Auntie, I'm sure you're a sweetheart, but please teach your whoever that is to toss the roti good. You didn't even cut it. You can find this everywhere in Thailand. Old Phuket sausage. Hey, I like sausages. Oh, that looks good. Wait, I want it though. Meat sausage is so rare here because it's very halal in Malaysia. So meat sausages is definitely a rare thing here. Oh, that doesn't look too bad. Okay, okay. I mean, maybe I'm biased towards... Why is that in the middle? Oh, wait, it's like they have something else. Okay, that's fair. I think that's not bad. I think that's actually pretty good. Sweet and peppery. Yeah, sounds about right. Quite... Kwai Tiao Kui. I hope this is not Kway Tiao, huh? If you spell Kway Tiao like this, I'll find you. I'll fucking bite your ankle off. You better hope this is not Kway Tiao, huh? What is that? That's fish cubes, I think. Okay, okay. Yeah. Uh-huh. Yee! Is that Kway Tiao? Walao eh, Kway Chap way. Oh, too much sugar. No sugar? I mean, I guess. Bro, I can't. I just say that I'm getting hungry. I know this is food crimes for y'all, but like, goddamn. Oh, I totally understand. Like, to be honest, these foods, they all probably taste good. I would say that right now, alright? Alright, full disclaimer, I'm not doing this to shit on people. This is only for entertainment purposes only. But I would say that all of these definitely taste good, you know? Because what street food does is that they put a lot of flavorful stuff in it. So I'm pretty sure these food, albeit doesn't look too appetizing, I'm sure they taste good, right? It's always the case with street food. They don't really care about the appearance of the food, but they care about is the taste of the food. So that's why, right? That's why. But there are rare cases where people care about the food appearances and the taste, right? So yeah. I haven't eaten yam, so I'm already hungry. I'm actually very hungry as well. I want to eat dinner soon. Which tier is talking, by the way? 3D or 2D? Both. Both. I'm here. And she's there. Wait. And she's there. Look at that. Yeah. Ta-da! Wait, ta-da! Jazz hands. Double tira. We're letting it cook? You're letting it cook? I mean, okay, I guess. There are some questionable things. There are some questionable practices. But in the end, at least the end result looks pretty okay. The spelling though, please change that. This is... I don't... Okay, maybe this is not Kway Tiao, right? Maybe I'm wrong. Are you putting packet in there? Oh my god, hygiene! We're putting packet in cooked food! Double cuteness. Wait, 2D plus 3D, so Tina is in 5D. I'm the future! MSG, yeah. Okay. They put so much sugar in there. And they put MSG for more taste. Yeah. Raw vegetables. That's a little bit questionable, but hey, it's fine. Fried ice cream. This is the thing I've never seen before, and people say that it's really good. I'm very curious. You're so freaking adorable, bro. My heart isn't going to explode from all the fatty food brought from you. Merp is cute too. Also, hi Ixen. I don't know if I greeted you before. I hope I did. Twice the tier for the same price. Haha. Ah! The metal. The metal sound. I don't like it. Oh, are they freezing it on the spot? I'm getting goosebumps. I cannot handle metal noises. It's a phobia of mine. Oh, they're freezing it on the spot. That's actually pretty cool. Mm. Oh, wow. Oh, I am so impressed. Wait, I am actually so impressed. This is good. Oh, I like that. They made it on their own. It's not like commercialized ice cream. They made it on their own. 烤冰淇淋. Why got Chinese one? Oh, oh, this is cool. Oh, I want it. Sir, I want it, sir. I'm interested. Oh, and syrup? Oh, and and glitter chocolate? Oh, and the marshmallow? Give me more? Oh, wow. Oh, that's really good. Yo, oh my god, that's really good. Oh my god, that's really good. I actually want this. I want this so bad. Finally, something absolutely amazing. Well, I guess they said fried in... Yeah, 85 baht is pretty good. Yeah, nicely chopped in. That is really good. I guess the sense of fry is because they're using like some sort of a frying pan on the bottom, but it's actually cold instead of hot. So I guess the fry could be with quotation mark then. Yeah, the ice cream is really good. That one, they nailed it. That was perfect. I love that. I love that. 10 out of 10. Ding dumpling. Let's go, gyoza. Hey, gyoza. Okay. You better be quick. The first one's gonna get cooked before you put everything in. Oh, okay. I thought you couldn't fuck up roti. They managed to fuck up roti, but they did good on the ice cream, right? What? Is that charcoal gyoza? Oil on top? Oh no. Uh-huh. Oh, you're cooking it like that. Okay, fair enough. Was this sesame gyoza? Oh, hey, wooden steam? Wooden steam cover? Oh, that's good. That is authentic. Kobo approve. But the oil on top is a little bit questionable. Maybe it's okay. Because the steam that's gonna fall down from the... What the fuck was that? Chotto mate kudasai. What's down the bottom? What's that? I think that's like some sort of a 锅贴. Okay, this one shouldn't be too much of a problem. This one looks like just 锅贴, but I don't know what it is in English. Let me try to find it. Guotie. Uh-oh. Wait, guotie is fried dumpling. Yeah, it is this.
锅贴
Guotie. I actually didn't know. I thought guotie is like the residue that's being like the residue that's stuck on something when they're cooking. But I don't know. It doesn't look too bad. Those are very shiny, what the fuck? Whoa, wait, you're right, it's so shiny. I want to try it. I think this looks good. You cannot fuck up a gyoza, honestly. Why is that green one? Whoa. What are you putting on? Sesame oil? King dumpling 7 flavors. You better explain what those flavors are. The prawn flavor. There's shrimp and pork. Okay. Potato. Okay. Oh no. Spinach. Oh no. Chicken. Oh yeah. Vegetable. Okay. Pork. Classic. And only shrimp. Oh, nice. Patena. Ayo. That's not how you handle a durian. But okay, you do you. Potato dumpling. Potato dumpling. I will punch someone. Dumpling is supposed to have those satisfying meaty dumplings. And then you give me potato? Like mashed potato? Why? I don't get it. No. Hi, durian. Yeah, they know what they're doing. She knows what she's doing. Yeah, they handle that shift no gloves. She knows what she's doing. Very respectable. This is very respectable. Yeah, she absolutely knows what she's doing. She looks at the line and then just peel it open. A little bit offshoot there. The smell is amazing. I know, I fucking love durian. Wait, is that? Whoa. Forget what I just said. She doesn't know what she's doing. Fuck me. Did you just cut through the meat in the middle of the durian fruit? Did you not just go through the lines? Eh, what biang eh? I need some enhancement here. What the fuck? Did you just cut through the fruit? She doesn't know what she's doing. She brute forced the durian. That's not how you're supposed to do it. I'm pissed. Can you not? There's no. You were just brute forcing it. Open it up. No, it's not supposed to be like that. Oh my god, I hate you. You're the crime. You're the crime. Stop. There's lines. Stop. Okay, that's okay. That's okay, but it's not because you're following the line. You just cut. That's not how you open up the durian. I mean, it looks good. It's durian, of course. 236, but it is pretty good. Not gonna lie, but the way that she handles the durian, it hurts. Ooh, oh, durian good. Let's put in the less creamy durian compared to the ones in Malaysia. Oh, I'm surprised. 肉的熟度. Cherry tomato. 100. I don't know how to handle meat, so I don't know how I feel about this. But something just rubs me the wrong way. Is there something wrong? Maybe I'm just thinking about it too much. Evie? It's raw? Are they not gonna cook? Are they not gonna cook it? Oh, okay, okay. But why would you want to do? I guess flamethrower is cooler. Hey, I want my own flamethrower. That doesn't look raw now, right? Yeah, okay, that doesn't look raw. I was like, oh, something's rubbing me the wrong way. Meat good. What can I say? Meat good. I want meat. I'm hungry. Medium rare street meat. Oh, that sauce looks good. Flame with sweet and peppery barbecue sauce. 煎鸡蛋鱿鱼. Fried egg squid. Why am I looking at? Oh, is that just a... What is that? Is that squid? Why is it yellow? I need well done. It's okay. They want medium rare. Why is it yellow? That's a lot of oil, buddy. Oh. I guess you're gonna put egg afterwards? Oh wait, are those yellow thing egg? I can do a lucky schmirky. Okay. I have a good lucky schmirky merp. And also thanks for the lurky schmirky. Wow, I see seafood, I say this is a safety hazard for retro. Why, retro doesn't like seafood? I'll try this, I like squid. I honestly like squid too. Oh, so they like they mix egg and squid in one bag. Ooh, I like that. I like that chili. Feety butt. Richard's allergic to shrimp and seafood in general. Oh no! Interesting chewy and crunchy texture. That doesn't look too bad. I would try it. Thai tea. Ah, you cannot go wrong with Thai tea. Show me. Show me the good stuff. Show me the good stuff. The fuck? Why? Why is that? Thai tea lah. You do what or? Oh yeah. Oh my god. That is thick. That is good tea. Oh my god. Oh my god, that is good. Why you spray? Walao, Thai tea lah. You spray golden glitter for what fuck all? The Thai tea. You put golden glitter and then you put like what 1,000 baht for one. Okay, 110. Premium what? I just Thai tea. Can you eat that? Can you eat that gold? It's mine. I want the shiny though. Yeah, it's a very fancy cup. What is that? Oh, it's a thing I've never seen before. Oh, that looks good. Wait, what is that? I want it. That looks fun. Oh, is that roti? Oh, that's such a cool utensil. Oh wait, they pop like that. Whoa. Whoa, wait, it's like keropok. It's like keropok, but it's very thin. Whoa, that is amazing. I want it. 110. That Thai tea was 110. Insane. What can I say? It's keropok. Oh my god, it's actually like a snack. Yeah, giant rice, crispy giant rice, please. Whoa, I want it. Yo, oh my god, I want it. Yeah, I want it. Oh, this is so good. Yo, oh my god, it's so crunchy. Chartered walking straight. Oh, okay. Burger. Okay. Why is that white? What meat is this? Why is it white? Why is that meat white? Okay, that's pretty cute. Wait. This is the thing that you use to catch kobolds, no? Kobold sized. I want that. Can someone buy that for me so that I can sleep inside and no one knows? I want that. I want that cover. Why is the meat white? Is it not supposed to be like a charred brown color? Beef bird, that's not beef. That doesn't look like beef, it's white. Huh? Pancake art. Oh, hey look, it's pepega. This is respectable. This is very respectable, doing this in a night market or like a street food market. Are you drawing someone else's face? That's actually very fucking respectable. Oh my god. Oh, you're trying to draw the customer. That is some fast judgment. I cannot do it. This person earns my respect 200%. This is not easy to do. This is hard as fuck. Oh, you're drawing someone else. Because I don't think anyone has an ear like that. Damn, that is so skillful. Oh, not towards the end though. What this, huh? What Laowi? 大龙虾. Hi, Roxas. Roxas, we were playing Monster Hunter World last night. It's gonna be burned. I'm gonna assume they know what they're doing, and it's not gonna be burned. They probably have the heat on very low until they're finished. Would be my guess. You're hungry, is it, to see this stuff? I am hungry, but I was mad because of Tekken 8. Oh, they messed up. Oh, okay lah. That is good. You know what? That is good. Very respectable. That is amazing. I want that shirt. Wait, that looks like a dragon. Guys, I want the dragon shirt. Singha? Isn't Singha from someone... Wait, Singha... I feel I heard of that name before. Oh, what are you doing? Oh, you're gonna make it cooked. Okay. The metal plate is so clean. It's so rare in such a place. Clean metal plate. Okay, that's cute. That's cute. That's cute. Oh, you put your own syrup in there? Come, huh? Yeah, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. Kobo, do not shoot dragon. I'm not gonna. What to eat for dinner? Not sure yet. Okay, this is sick. That is pretty good. Hi, Tingte. Do you want to lower your own street? I know! What did I say? I didn't say shit. No one knows.
Hi, egg fried rice.
Fried rice? Okay. Ooh, okay. That rice looks good. Tossing is a little bit, Sauce? Oyster sauce? Everything, wait. That's not how you... Everything is gonna in the ladle. Oh, okay, that's good tossing. Oh, hey! Look at that, that's pretty good. Oh, hell yeah. I don't know how the taste would be though. I feel like there's not enough... That... Ooh, yeah, this is good rice. The rice is like curly Fenming. That is good. That is good. This is good. Double tier, I know, right? Is everyone else stopping her? No one's stopping me. I thought it's Ramadan Bazaar. Oh yeah, Ramadan Bazaar is the good one. This is in Phuket, Thailand. That is pretty good. Grass jelly brown sugar. Oh, chin chow ah. Um. Syrah? I guess? I don't know how I feel about this. Grass jelly is heaven, should try. It's good, but it's not my thing. I don't really like it as much. Aloe vera jelly for you? Hey, same. I like aloe vera. G Night Market in Phuket Street Food Paradise. We watched Singapore, very sacrilegious. We watched Thailand. Okay. No, Thailand is not bad. What else do we have? Legendary Ram. Oh wait, this is someone else. Kyoto Teppanyaki full course. I'm trying to find street food. Teparasit. I don't know where this is. Is this in Thailand as well? Oh, night market in Thailand. You know what? Fine. Why not? Pattaya. There was a lot of food crimes just now. Holy shit. But the ice cream is still the top tier one that I want. What this? It's full, it's full, it's full. Someone is not gonna get cooked, it's full! That's kinda cool. You better keep holding that. That's cool. They're all sticking together though. Alien egg? Ooh. Cobalt egg? No! Don't eat cobalt egg, I'll bite you. Oh, they're together. Seven. I don't know what this is, but I want it. $40 baht. Go egg. Save me, Ixon. Roxas is bullying. Kabuka. Thai fried cakes. Oh, something authentic. Fried cakes of chives, bamboo, and yam fillings. Wiping them balls? What do you mean? Oh, they are. Oh, I want to try it. I want to try it. This looks good. Packet of chili sauce. Okay. Chili sauce. A must try. I feel it. I kind of want it. Crab ice cream. There it is. Ooh, okay. Is that Kit Kat? Plus Nutella? That is Kit Kat. Kobo, why are you selling your eggs? I'm not! Those are not my eggs. Kobo needs the money. Selling her eggs the only way. What? No, I'm not gonna sell my eggs of no way. What do you mean? I'm not. Why did the Roxas take your eggs? Those are not my eggs. And the ice cream? That is not bad. How are you gonna cover that? Oh. Oh, that is good. Oh, that is good. I want it. And more? Oh my god. And more? Oh. I don't care how much this costs. This is top. Oh my god. So generous. I want it. 105? It's... Mind you, this shit is cheaper than that fucking premium Thai tea. I'll eat this any day than that fucking Thai tea with golden glitter in it. Which is a scam, I tell you, scam. I want this. This is good. That's a big boy. I yip my pasamalam chok yip lep yi krip. Oh my god. Oh my god. I want it. Fried egglet? Oh, it's like a small bird egg? Is it? No, it's not. Okay. Kobo, it's only premium because there's fogs? Gold leaf in it? It's edible, but it's fogs. Oh, so it's like not real lah. I mean, of course it's not real. Stop saying I'm not! Asen, I'm not! Those are not my eggs! Oh, this hurts my this hurts my this hurts my OCD, but okay. Oh, okay, that doesn't look too bad. Ooh, I kinda want it. Kobo too pure to have eggs, and how dare you? Yeah, I'm too pure to have egg. OCD. You can eat real gold leaf. It's not very nutritional though. Nah, it's gold. Gold is good. Kobo wants gold. You can eat most things if you don't care about nutrition. Paul, come here. Sure. What do you mean I'm pure? Pure. That's not bad. They're all the same price? Taste me. Mini pancakes. Totally pure. I thought it's improvement that I'm pure, innocent. Well, now I'm not innocent anymore, I think. Taco pancake. Oh, oh, please do that again. Ah, that was good. I love fart jokes. Nuh-uh, you can't objection the innocenceness of Kobo. I have to slow it down. It's good. Objects to use specifically. Oh, she wants the cream. What cream? I kinda want it though. That doesn't look too bad. I'm the purest thing in this chat. I don't believe it. If I type something, can I be the purest thing in the chat? If I type something in the chat, can I be the purest thing? Mini pancakes, that? Yeah, it's been pretty good so far. No crimes. Yeah, no crimes. I think it's pretty good. Fried mussels cheese omelette. Ooh. Depends on what you're gonna type. Okay. Here. Oh no. No, that's too pure. That's too pure. You dirty go. Wait, why do I have one of the other? One is like 10,000, 1,000% pure, and then one is like, you dirty Kobo. You don't even know Kobo. That looks really good. I kinda want it. You know Kobo, neither do I, but it sounded very innocent. Therefore innocent. Oh, I want it. Yeah, so far so good. We are almost half the video in. I exist. I think Nexus is pretty pure too. I'm 69% pure. 69. Nice. I like this one. Price start at 20 baht. That's different. Make it for you fresh. Wow, okay. What is that? That's not fresh. With that amount of bugs, I don't... Huh. That's questionable. That amount of bugs, I'm scared. I get it is street food, but... I'm scared. That's a safety hazard. That... Okay, I guess? Nexus was out of the game. Nexus is so pure that it breached Purity Hood. Actually, it's complete opposite. Flies only get tried. Oh, you're right. Okay. Maybe that... Yeah, though. Maybe that's pretty good. Just the bugs is bothering me a little bit, but they are fresh then. Oh god, it's a paste again. Oh my god, it's all paste. Oh no. I mean, I guess that... Ooh. Ooh. Ooh, I don't know how you feel about that. Ooh. That is pretty impressive. So this is fish paste pie. If the bugs bother you, just eat the bugs, and then there won't be any more bugs. I agree with Nexus, that's a lot of work. Help me, help me. It might seem unsanitary, but when you look into it deeper, you know where to get the better thing. That's how I usually pick up pineapple. That's pretty clever, yeah. Oh, it's glutinous rice batter. Oh, that makes it 10 times better. That makes it 10 times better. Thai side dishes here on over 20 baht. Raw marinated seafood. The amount of chili, holy shit. Love it. You can ask the staff for help. Okay. This is impressive. Oh, 20 baht each? That's pretty good. Cock. Sorry? Cockles. Keep a frog with you. You feed the frog and clean the bugs. Pattaya spaghetti. Hey yo, spaghetti. I thought it was snail for a second. Ooh. Oh yo. Oh yo, that Chinese is not bad.
This one is low spice. This is very spicy.
Oh, yo, that Chinese is pretty good. I think I'm gonna go with a smoked chameleon. Chameleon cute. I was like, this is not Thai at all. Chameleons are cute and smart. Prawn, squid, clam, basil, leaves, and chili in the spaghetti. Doesn't look too bad. I think.
She's not joking. Very spicy.
Oh. Durian. Oh, it's a fruit stall. Confectionery is ice cream, right? Or candy? That looks pretty cute. I want it. Candy, okay. Made with mung bean paste and durian puree. Oh. Big size. Coconut shakes coconut violently. Coconut. What is that? It looks like they all have the same thing. Even the blender is like the same. Condensed milk? Ah, right. That is very thorough. Pure diabetes in a runny form. Condensed milk. Oh yeah, it's ice, right? What is happening behind? Wait, whoa. Why you do? Bah, 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 bah. Oh, it's eyes, it's eyes. Yeah, that's pretty big. Doesn't look too bad. So far, so good. Every single one is not a crime. Fish boy, we might witness the first crime. Walao, wait, these ones are cooked. You're putting a raw. Fine. I mean, I guess it's fine. Just don't take the one that's below then, right? Don't stir it too much. There's something down there that's uncooked. It's kind of cute. Feast ball and hot dog. I like this chili. Oh, that looks good. Okay, you know what? That chili looks really good. I like it. Not too bad. Instant noodle salad. Instant noodle salad? Little. You're wasting. Okay, fine. Shake the contents inside. There's more noodles in there. But this is a very interesting way to sell things, though, right? Oh, instant noodle salad. You cook the noodles along with these things. Okay, that's pretty clever. That's pretty clever. I like it. That's kind of clever. Okay, okay. That's a lot of condiments, sauces. What's that? That is honestly pretty clever. What can I say? I want to try this. I want to try this. Tomato? Oh no, not that. Not the xiang cai. Large fish roll. It look interesting. Fish eggs? Oh, not the metal noises. Okay, that's actually not too bad. I feel like hey, I want to try this one. Gooey egg yolk. Oh. Oh, it's chicken feet. Boneless? Oh my god. Squid. Crab stick. That's a lot of things, yeah. Yeah, I mean, instant noodle by itself is already really flavorful, and then you add these stuff in. It's gonna be heaven. I like it. I can already tell that I want to try it. Hey, this one is actually not bad. Only one small crime, the rest is like pretty good. This one is what? Pattaya Night Market. Teprasit. Teprasit Night Market. Time 6:30. I wanna watch one more. It's all Thailand though. Street food around Asia? They didn't even say one. Oh, 3 years ago, Taiwanese? You know what? Let's go. Taiwanese. Jingzhu Wang. This is in Taiwan. Whoa, goddamn. That is rather... Ooh. Oh, it's not 60 FPS? That's fair. This is very old, right? Yeah. That's you? No la. Why are you making? What? Why are you poking holes? That's fucking sacrilege. Why are you poking holes towards the end? You better have a reason for it. It looks crispy, so I guess that's okay? Putting oil on top? Okay. Very oily. Huh. Isn't this Golden Pig King? Where's the pig part? You're telling... Well, that sucks. Go... Look. Hear me out. Golden Pig King. Golden Pig King. Golden Pig King. Alright? And what I saw is not really Golden Pig King. What I saw is Golden Cucumber Onion King. The amount of onion and cucumber is insane. And then, oh my god, the meat part. It's, wow, what a scam. What a scam, I cannot believe it. What a scam. Oh, it's 3 USD for that? It's gonna be very oily. I don't see meat. I don't see meat. 留一刀。留一刀。Whoa. Goddamn, 留一刀。One cut Liu. Wow. That is amazing. Whoa. Whoa, wait, that is, wow, that is cool as fuck. Please don't go near that thing. What are you cooking though? Is that meat? Or is that something else? Oh, that's noodle! Whoa, that is amazing. Hey, that doesn't look too bad. Robot beef noodle. Robot beef noodle. That is actually not bad. I want to try it. Oh, hey. The noodles look homemade. Yo, I want it. Give me two.
Hello and welcome.
Hi, Toaster. Welcome. Thanks for the follow. We're watching food crimes or food yay. Hey, so far there's no food crime. Only the first video we watch is full of food crimes. This is Taiwanese street food. Hi, love your persona. Thank you. Appreciate it's a I'm a kobold. I do hope you're doing good. I mean, this one looks as basic as it gets, right? Fried meat, that's pretty much it. Nothing too special about this, I feel like. It's just a lot of like the clapping noises. It's kind of a crime, isn't it? Oh, that's very golden. That looks good. Wait, that looks good. I want to try it. Oh, it's 40啊, che. Of course lah, 40. I do. Yeah, it's normal. The 40is pretty good. Oh, it's not 40, 我看错了，不好意思。Oh, then if it's not 40, then this one is pretty good, yeah. Oh, breasted meat though. If it's like a burger, what do you call that? Burger. If it's drumstick or something else, a thigh meat, then it's gonna be pretty good. You too. Hey, thank you. Potato cheese. Double layer cheese. I would try this. I would try this. Although to be fair, I love cheese. I love cheese. Oh, cheese is good. Oh, am I watching a horror game? Is this a horror show? Oh, I'm always so fascinated by this. I don't know how they do it, but it looks so cool. Do they put candy inside? Like crushed candy? And then it become like silken? Oh. Oh. Was it a horror show exactly? Here, this one. Walao eh, apa ini? Jump scare what? Aduh. Scary oh. I think I'm just gonna get scared. I know, right? I'm not lying. It's a special low melt sugar. Oh, it's special. Okay. It's not just sugar. I'm afraid to taste this cotton candy. I feel like the red color might just be blood tasted. Like blood flavored cotton candy. Oh, here comes. Oh, here it comes. Oh my goodness. That is actually very cute. Look at that. Oh, that is impressive though. Fuck. Yo, look at that. It's so cool. That's so big. I'm sort of against using your hand, but hey, I'm not gonna ask. It's big enough. It's big enough. You know what? It's not. It's never big enough. Bigger. More. Yeah, more. Yeah, bigger. Look at that. Ooh. Hell yeah. Look at. Oh, that is a cotton candy. Oh my god. I love my candy. See, I cannot make that noise. Oh, bigger. Oh yeah, bigger. It's never big enough. I could finish this in one bite. I'm a kobold. Look at how big my jaw. It's not big. More? Yes, more. Oh, are you trying to make something? Why is that a link? I don't know. They put dot and a word dot and then a word will become a link. If without spacing. More? Hey yo, let's go. What is that? Why are you trying to make? Is the mushroom? Oh, you're trying to make a bear. That looks like a bear. That is very adorable. That is impressive. That is very impressive. It took a while, but that is impressive. I like that. Oh, that is. Oh. Oh, wow! That is so clever! Bear head! Oh, that's why it's a horror show! It's what they made! God, why are you so relentless? That is such a cute being, though. And then you're just like tearing through it. I cannot! I cannot! What is that? Why are you biting specifically at the mouth? Why are you biting specifically at the mouth? This could be taken out of context. It's like, hey, yo, why are you doing? Are you trying to tear through the lips? Yes, I am. And then just like play. It's like, oh god, oh no, That is clever though. That is amazing. Good handicraft. 老虎糖，哎呀，你喝什么鬼老虎糖都不明白呀！老虎糖不好喝的，你要喝玉黑糖，玉黑糖才好喝。I'm sorry. Basically, there's a lot of different branches or different kinds of boba tea, especially in Taiwan. But tiger sugar is not what I want. There is dragon. 玉黑糖 is bear. 玉龙. I forgot what the dragon shop is called, but there's also the alley, which is like the deer one. It's pretty cool. But then again, you cannot go wrong with boba tea. KLC. Walao eh, KLC 快乐鸡。You just gonna put that there? I mean, okay, I guess. 快乐鸡。I mean, it's fried chicken. Can't go wrong with that, right? 快乐鸡。Chicken nugget. Give. Oh, look at it. Oh, I want a chicken nugget. Oh my god. Chat, I want chicken nugget. I would love a chicken nugget. I want a popcorn chicken. Chat, I want a popcorn chicken. Yeah, where's the dipping sauce? Why is there no dipping sauce? Why are you eating it raw? Why is such a barbarian? Where's the dipping sauce? That is a huge fries. That is huge. KLC. This is 快乐鸡. This is from Taiwan. It's like a parody of KFC. Oh, is it G? Oh, G, 快乐 G. Oh, that makes sense. 快乐 G. Coca-Cola. I mean, it's cola. Honestly, that looks pretty good. Now I'm hungry. Ooh. 鸡蛋仔 Egglet. Oh, wow, that is mesmerizing. Oh, I like that. Oh, that's actually pretty cool. Careful how you handle the machine. Oh god. It's dropping. You were cool. God fucking damn it. Just dripping. Yeah, get a close up on that. It's dripping. Later tonight, box and eating fried chicken. I just might. I crave fried chicken. Still prefer Burger King? I never had Burger King before. I mean, to be fair, there's no Burger King here, so that's why. Whoa. Okay. More? What is that? Strawberry? Just strawberry. That's a nice serving of strawberry. Okay. And then cover it up. That is impressive. I would try that. I would eat that. That looks really good. I want to try that. Oh yeah, that looks really good. Oh, I'm so hungry right now. Ooh. Egglet, strawberry, and custard. Oh, it's custard! Right, of course. I had BK for dinner. I assume BK is Burger King? Burger King costs cheap. They always have offer. Oh. I mean, that's respectable. But there's no Burger King here. 阿华黑轮店 all on. Is that big liver? This one looks like Yong Tau Hu. Yeah, they thought she doesn't know how to speak doesn't know how to speak Chinese. I don't know why, but I don't like fruits in my dessert. That's fair. It's expensive here because I have to have it delivered. Oh, yeah, delivery is really like expensive. And can go yip out. We had this crazy good pizza place in town and ended up taking this really good garlic portabella mushroom pizza. So good. Bring them home. I'm even more hungry now. I want pizza. Oh, that's pig blood. Right. That's pig blood. I mean, yeah. This one doesn't look too bad. I would try it. I want to try it. I'm so hungry. I have to fight to not finish it off to save some for my wife. Oh, wow. Very respectable. Gonna save the good stuff for wife too. Get food then? I will. He's just looking at it. He's just looking at it. It's like, are you cooked? Are you cooked? Brain, just look at rat. Enjoy rat. If I also want pizza. Pizza good. Is that shaved ice? What am I looking at? Is that shaved ice with fishball that is... What? That's not shaved ice, is it? It should have melted. I don't know why it is. It's not shaved ice. Look at red more. It is shaved ice. What? It's not gonna be... What? It's gonna be cold. This is so convoluted. I don't like this. Inhale the rat. Take Subway, same $950 sub on menu log costs $14. Yeah, takeaway is like that. Not takeaway, sorry. The food delivery. Peanut glutinous rice ball. Ooh, it's glutinous rice ball? Oh, Teng Yi, this one. Wait, don't do that. This is that street shaved ice? I heard of that. Oh, it's shaved artificial ice, so it's not like really ice. Okay, that, you know what? The syrup, only lemon. Oh no, I'm drooling. Oh god. oh god. And then what is this? Osmanthus flower honey syrup. Oh, okay. Just put this one. Don't put too much lemon juice on it. At least there's flavor for shaved ice. That rice ball looks so good though. Yeah. Glutinous rice ball is always good. We love glutinous rice balls. 章鱼小丸子 Takoyaki. Whoa. Ooh, I like that. Why are you only putting in the middle? Okay, thank you. Oh, lemon juice. Someone likes lemon juice. Thai peanuts rice stuff is my favorite. Peanut sauce in general? Oh, you're gonna love satay then. I saw a game named Dragon Island in my Twitch followed list. Looked at it for a second and there's no way a game about dating hunk daddy dragons. No. Well, I know what to play later then. I found a game. You can guess what I'm doing right this second. So you're playing Dragon Island then? I finished Angels Scaly Wings. It's so good. I will make sure to send you away when I find it. Thank you. You have this cobalt stinks. Angel's Scaly is too pure green to know. I already finished Angel's Scaly Wings. Made me cry 4 times. The story is pretty good. Oh, you haven't played it? Oh my god, Breen, play it. It's so good. She missed my pun? Did I miss your pun? Oops. I'm pretty bad with puns. There might be a lot of implications. But it's safe for work, sadly. Safe. This makes me want takoyaki. It kinda does. That looks really good. That actually looks really good. Breen, no? What did Breen say? Angel Scott. I just saw Angels with Scaly Wangs. Oh my god, I want to play Angels with Scaly Wings. Whoa, that's a lot of assortment of insides. Huh. You get to choose your own. What is that?
鸭头、脖子、翅膀一只20块。鸭头、脖子、翅膀一只20元而已哦。
鸭头脖子。
你这边多少钱？他帮你开号。这里会。来110。好，来110。来的，动作，来的，动作变准。
The first time I had takoyaki, it was way too rich for me. I could only have it the one time. Oh. I think it's not supposed to be that rich. I think. But I might be wrong. I don't know. Kobo will never get Angel's Scaly Wangs because sadly the main writer behind Angel's Scaly Ace. Oh, it's they're Ace. Oh. Sad. The flavor is too strong. I never had a takoyaki that has too much flavor. Well, of course, because like in Malaysia, I think most places they don't put too much flavor to it. I think. Or at least like whenever I had takoyaki, they're just like not that flavorful. Nulo, gizzard, chicken heart, pig intestines, wet gluten, and duck tongue. Wow, chicken heart. Oh my god. Huh. I don't know how I feel about that. That's a lot of guts. Did I say gizzard? Is it? Oh, is it gizzard? I play too much Pokemon. Gizzard. Weak gluten. That's jiggly. Intestines. Oh, that's duck tongue. That looks different. Is that watermelon? I think that's watermelon. Yeah, it is watermelon. It's so big. Excuse me? No, you said it right. The sun did say lizard. I can imagine it being okay, but I will need it to be way cooked. Too much so to buy in the street market. Yeah, that's fair. No, just no. Understandable. Why are you sniffing them watermelon? That's so hot. You just. Yeah, sniff it. Give it a good sniff. The skin is still there though. I think to make sure it's real good and ripe, good watermelon has a nice smell. Oh, okay. Good watermelon has a yip smell. True. Yip. 西瓜汁儿. We got rickrolled. Whoa. Why did they do that rhyme? Excuse? I don't know. 坚持不隔夜. Why they put rhyme in there? I don't know. Ooh. I want watermelon juice big. At least it's not premium Thai tea. That shit scarred me for life. Yeah, that looks pretty good. 车轮饼. Whoa, they even have like that kind of vacuum. Damn, clean. But the rind. I actually miss what they do with the rind. Food crimes? Yeah, food crimes. Because I was mad at Tekken 8. Hi Legs. Welcome to Double Tira. Look at things. They put the rind in the juice? I actually didn't see that. Watermelon rind ain't that bad, to be honest. Especially if you grind all in. I can get behind that. I think it's okay. Kind of. Hope you're doing good, Legs. What is that? Black pepper? That much pepper? That cannot be pepper. That is hazardous. What? 一個綠碟. What is that? What is that? What is that? I don't know what that is. I'm scared. That cannot be pepper. I honestly have no idea what that is. I have zero clue. Yeah, how long is this? Oh, we're almost finished. Hey, let's go. I mean, I want to finish this one and then gonna go get dinner. Get dinner. I want food. Would you be cool with some voice chatting with this? I'd love to chill. But I'm ending soon though. Sorry, Breen. Sorry. I'm good. Just waking up from very long and good sleep. Oh, that's nice. And good sleep, good. Double Kobo. Oh good, I didn't know you were ending soon. Maybe next time when I do food crimes then. I was thinking maybe I should do like a slightly longer stream as like a special occasion thing, but I don't know. Been thinking about it. Food crimes is really good. I could do that. I love watching food crimes. Or actually food yay sometimes. This one looks like it takes a lot of time to prepare. Oh, it's like that. I still don't know what that is. Is the inside gonna be cooked though? I doubt that the inside is gonna be cooked. Oh, your markings. I don't know how I feel about this. I'm a little bit scared. Figure the inside. Oh, this update. Hi, Tikaka. Hello. Welcome, welcome. Up there on Durgan Island. For now, there's magically no... but it is in the works. Oh, che. Well, I'm gonna wait for it then. I'm not gonna play it tonight. Can imagine what that is. The inside gets baked for the rest? Probably. I don't know what this is. Oh, black sesame and peanut, of course. Oh, it's a red bean paste. Okay, so it's like dasa. Custard cream, okay. What about the meat one? Is that not meat? Oh, it's yam paste, okay. So it's not meat, then it's all good. And it's weird seeing people say there's no reason to pay fish or give you no. People are getting too real with this. A place near me that makes sense. Yummy desert cakes. So good, I'm already eating while arriving here. Hello. I'm glad too. I'm gonna get food soon. Kobo is getting hungry. Hope you're doing good, Tikaka. That sounds so good, right? Black sesame and peanut actually looks sounds pretty good. I'll send you a link on Discordums. Okay. I will look at it afterward. At least there's not much food crime. There's not much food crime this time. So the food crime session is a food yay session. This one. I just made some semolina porridge with sugar and cinnamon. I love porridge. Porridge good. Porridge good. We have double Kobo today. Double Kobo for the price of one. Yeah. Free. That doesn't look too bad. Dan. 真煮蛋. Shut the fuck up. 真煮蛋. Okay, this is a wordplay. 真煮蛋 okay, so 甄子丹 is an actor who plays Ip Man. You know the show, the movie Ip Man. The main character is 甄子丹, and then this one is 甄煮丹. Wow. Yeah, IP man, Ip Man. Ip Man shake. Hey yo. Salmonella porridge. Huh? Black sesame and peanut on their own are both good. The two together is a crime against my calorie limit. Oh no. Yeah, they are pretty strong. Especially peanut. The real cake shop near me has yummy green tea flavored and cheese corn flavored. These are my favorite ones. Yeah, the lady is really cute, honestly. The reaction on her is always so precious. Look at that. It's like, yeah, oh, look at that. She's cute. 丰收王国. Yum best. I have to be purple. She's thinking it, but it's tasty. It's tasty. Yeah, this video is pretty good. There's no food crime. I don't see any food crimes for now. Stream, chicken, shrimp. Oh, these are alive. Oh god. I have. Can you not? Oh! Why? They are alive! Well, I take everything back. Can you cook them first? I'm not. Oh my god, have you no remorse? Oh my god. And you just keep doing it. That is so fucked. Oh my god. That is wrong. This is not just food crime. This is crime against humanity. What the fuck? And it's a particularly Chinese thing, not to be shitty. Sad but true. At least not the Chinese in here, but I've seen these stuff happening in China more than I should. That is super inhumane. I don't like that. Kobo doesn't like that. Oh man. Oh my god, what are you doing? It's you bully, absolute bully. Skipping this shit. Literally feel all the pain, every little bit is that skill. Oh no, please don't elaborate that one. China has been actually batshit crazy with its street food stuff. We had grilled gravel first, now we have grilled spicy ice cubes. What the fuck? Yeah, I'm glad my porridge can feel. At least I know at least I eat meat a lot, you know, meat, prawn, seafood. At least don't do that while they're alive. You know, don't do that while they're alive. That is inhumane. Good God. Well, we saw an actual food crime going on. I think we can continue this next time. Oh, we can definitely continue this next time. I want to do more food crime, just a little bit more. We'll see. Tomorrow I do want to play more Monster Hunter Generation Ultimate. I want to play more Generation Ultimate. Here, let me go. Boop. Wait, I'm small. Kobo food? Kobo food. Wait, no, Kobo get food? No, Kobo is not food, but Kobo is getting food, yeah. Kobo is getting food.
Hey, you. Yes, you. You are adorable. Thank you for being cute and tasty Evia too hard.
Yep, yep.
Triple Kobo. Triple Kobo. Oh my god. The mythical triple Kobo. Yep.
Yep, yep.
Yep. Triple Kobo. Kobo is not food. Yep. Kobo is friend, not food.
Yep.
No eat
Yarp.
Kobo. The
Oh
mi-
my god, bug. Fuck yeah.
the me yiplical.
Yep.
Me yiplical. Triple Kobo.
Apologies for having ads played 3 minutes per hour, but I
Oh,
kinda need to have that 55% rev share to help with current financial issues a little bit. To avoid watching ads, there's subscribe to my channel. Not only does it gives you ad-free viewing, but it also helps me out at HECC lot. Much love,
HECC
Dragon
lot.
JAM.
Dragon JAM. Hey, thank you, Breen. Hey, food crime is pretty fun. I do kind of want to do this a little bit more. HECC lot. Summon the burn. Okay, I will summon the burn. Hello, Bernie. Hello, Bernie. Oh, wait.
Yeah, baby! That's what I've been waiting for. That's what it's all about.
Bernie, our beloved. Thank you, Tincture, for the 30 gems. Thank you. And Salazar, of course. I should put Lavender as well. Bernie, come on.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
Thank you, Bernie. Thank you, Bernie. Bernie, our beloved. What has become of Bernie? Bernie is now our beloved. Oh, hey, look, it's compatible. I find myself relating to Salazar more lately. Oh no. Oh no.
Hey chat,
Oh.
did you know that in terms of Kobold and Dragon relations, Tyra is the most compatible Kobold for dragons? It's true. Look at this pretty girl we got. Look at this pretty girl we got. Horns. She has horns. I mean, yeah. You can do
No,
a
no,
chat
no,
because
wait,
you want
wait.
in terms of Kobold and Dragon
I am putting them not that low. We get the talks. Guys, I swear to God. I mean, it's still here. Guys, you mean? You're so mean. Well, what's it sound like? I regret everything. Oh shit. Gotta make sure.
Oh, boy,
Yep,
yep,
yep.
yep.
Look at the amount of yips. I love yip. You know what? Yip is fine. Yip is fine. I'm just like, yeah, she has horns. She has horns. No, I'm not muting them, but you guys can still hear them. Kind of. Can you? It's very, very soft. Spam for no particular reason for the end of stream. Hey, I love the engagement. Wow, there was 3 cars in a row. 3 cars in a row.
Tyra is the most compatible Kobold for
Compatible Kobold.
It's true. Look at this pretty girl we got.
Motorcycle chase spam.
Yeah. I mean, you can do a lot
They're
of things.
minus
with those
20
Kobolds.
dB.
I mean, they're long. It looks like they're kind of rounded on the
You
tips,
are, you
know?
guys are bully.
You can do a lot of things with them.
Here, I'm gonna summon
Handlebars
Discord,
when you take
okay?
your
I have a
dragon
Discord.
boyfriend
Boom.
on and off a motorcycle chain. Hey,
Instead
Chad,
of
did you know that big
What? Hey Chad, did you know that Biga Wagyu, Huga Bigel Fat Whoop, Fart Whoop? My stomach hurts. Oh god.
Hey Chad, did you know that Bigla Wagyu, Huga Bigel Fart, Whoop, Biglo as Doused, Yaya Stack, ALs do KF half, Go Keppert.
Go Gippard. Go Gippard. My stomach hurts, holy shit. Good shit. Re-inhaled the right. It's apparent and it's evident. Re-inhaled the rat.
Godro Bongo.
Hey, Gojo Bango. Fart fart whoop. We're seeing the consequences of red inhalation. It's time to stand for the national Kobo anthem. Why is there like one tree there? More thunder. Oh, I think that's not a redeem. You can do it again. I want to listen. There it is.
It's time to stand for the national Kobo anthem. Yippee! Hey chat, did you know I inhalted the rat? Help!
No, national anthem.
Squeak squeak Suak songo so weak. Squeak 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 Suak songo so weak.
Tree. Tree. I just hear the tree in there. It's like, wow. Yippee. Oh, it's already... Wait, it's only 7:15 and it's already pitch black in my room? Wow. Yeah, that explains the everything. By the everything, I mean the thunder. Yeah, there's thunder going on now. Shit. Who to raid? End of Sabaton day 49.
Hey chat, did you know fart? FAAA333AAA3AART.
Tree. That explains why Kobo is hungry. Kobo haven't eaten. Danman? Is Dan? Oh, Danman is streaming. Yeah, okay, sure. Yeah, he was actually really sick. I think I stopped by his stream and then he sounds very concerning. You won't take a break? It's a sabotage. It's a streamer thing. If it's me, I won't take a break as well. 10 push-ups and squat. Okay, I can do it now. Oh, Dan is doing 3D art. Damn, that's amazing. Kid noms. Did you join on the payday part or my free project part? I don't know. No comment. It's probably the thing.
Time to pump that iron, do that push-up, that squat, that muscle madness. Get those muscle masa.
Playing a toaster game earlier? Okay, it's not a toaster game. It's so fucking bad. I haven't seen the toaster game, but I've seen the visual novel. Hey, look, it's a protogen. I think protogen is pretty cute though. Although Siri is doing Angels Skitty Wings today, that's gonna make him speak a lot though. That's a little concerning. Okay, let me do the workout real quick, alright? I'll still be here.
Protogen? More like progodin toned ogog pen odin toprog rngoeng or go np gornan gongoe.
I love protogen. If you want to know the concerns of why my favorite project is a bad game, I can explain the DMs. Sure. I just like the protogen, that's it. Alright, here we go. medicine na? Oh. Oh. My leg hurts. Oh yeah. Oh, my PC's crashing.
Emotional damage.
The project is the only thing it has going. Ah, that makes sense. There we go. Okay, my PC's back. Too much heat. My PC cannot handle. It looked as if the toaster game had only a single scene. One scene is all it needs. Alright. I'm gonna type the raid to Dan Man 152, not 162. There. Oh, type in the name. I'm gonna catch my breath. Oh. Crashing Boxian PC to end stream? Probably. It's possible. But don't do it though. I would love my PC to not crash. All the backgrounds are blurred stock images. Why is even the fucking MRI machine in the medical ward? I flashed onto a new sound, sorry. The ooh? Ooh. Oh, thanks, Nexus.
Oh.
Oh.
Godro Bongo Kobolds are raiding all your shinies Godro Bongo.
Kobolds. Kobolds. Okay, I'm gonna raid now. Tomorrow I'll play more Monster Hunter Generation Ultimate lah. Okay. So... Oh. Before the raid, I want to say thank you all so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate all of you. Love you all so much. And also know that you guys are all loved.
Kobolds,
Valid,
Kobolds, Cabels,
and matter.
Kobolds, Kobolds,
Very valuable.
Kobolds, Cabels,
Kobold loves you all.
Kobolds, 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 Cabels, Kobolds.
Kobold loves y'all. Here comes Ray to Dan. Oh, you're old. Didn't even notice there were real backgrounds. That bad. Holy shit. I'm gonna watch more food crimes. Maybe. We'll see. Like tomorrow, maybe I'll play a little bit of... Well, I'll play more Monster Hunter Generation Ultimate and then a little bit of food crime. I think that's pretty good. If you have files, I can even send you everything that explains how bad it is. I'm okay with that, honestly. I think. Yeah, I'm okay with that. I mean, I have a NSFW channel. Sending NSFW I'm in. As if you haven't been sending it. I mean, you didn't. But send dragons, please. Or reptilian in general. Thank you. Kobo, appreciate that. I'm curious too. I'm actually kind of curious, yeah. The proto-gen looks really good, but maybe there's a lot, yeah. Await the Discord message. That's so cute. Oh my god, Spring! See you guys tomorrow. Take care. Kobo smooch. Bye bye. Take care. Love y'all.
Send dragons. Send dragons.
Send dragons. Make sure to send dragons. Very important. Bye bye.